Recording or not? All right, thank you. The meeting is now being recorded. Well, I want to start by welcoming everybody. This is our second budget meeting of the season. In the room today, we have Councillor Janice Bray, myself, Mayor Comrie. We have Councillor Joe Lamb, and by Zoom, we have Councillors Brian Woods and Scott Nash. And we have in the room, by way of staff, we have our CAO clerk, Nigel Black. We have our deputy clerk, Andy Schroeder. We have our interim treasurer, Barb Cribbett, and our fire chief, Bob Whitman. And I see there are a couple of folks on Zoom as well. This is the public. Our chief librarian, Eva Fincham, is on, and another member of the public. So welcome to everybody. We're going to start the meeting as we usually do with the playing of the national anthem. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if any councillor has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. Okay, let the record show that none was declared. Our first item of business then would be to approve the agenda as circulated. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Lambs, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate. And on the phone, please.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's carried, and the agenda is adopted. So we do not have any presentations or delegations. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole so that we can discuss the budget? Okay, I'll take Councillor Bray as the mover and Councillor Lamb as the seconder. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate. Thank you.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Counselor Woods, yes.
All right, thank you. Motion is carried. We are now in the committee of the whole as of 10:11 a.m. And that's it for motions until we return from committee of the whole. So our first item of business in committee of the whole is a report from our interim treasurer, which is basically the second draft of the operating and capital special project budget for the year 2025. And I guess to start this off, what I'd like to do is invite Barb, who is with us here, to just give us an introduction to her report, and then we will take questions on the report, and then I guess we will go through the details of the operating budget. Barb, perhaps you could highlight in your report what has changed since we last saw it, so that we focus on things that are different from what we saw in the last budget meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you mentioned, this is the second draft of the 2025 operating capital special project budget. Currently, with the changes that that are included in the report, we have a revised tax rate increase of about 7.24%, which once we take the school board into account, we are sitting at overall about a 5.7% increase. On page 2, I've tried to highlight the major changes to the budget that have affected where we are right now. There were quite a number of changes that arose. Without going through all of them, I would say probably some of the major ones. We added the bunny trail as a capital project for 105. We've got increases in some of our revenues. Penalty and interest has increased slightly. We've now got an adjustment in there to reflect what we think at this point we would have to be drawing from reserves as a revenue, 134,200. But again, I won't go through all of them. The one that probably we should mention that was discussed last budget meeting was the contribution to the forest fire reserve. And that $30,000 preliminary amount has been removed. The fire chief did check with their insurance company, and those types of costs would be covered through our insurance policy. So therefore we removed that contribution into reserves. We also have the recreation budget this time around, so that is included, which also caused an increase in the capital program as well as in the operating lines as well. And the recreation budget is attached for discussion. There's a summary on page 3 of the draft capital as it stands right now, what the projects are and what the funding would be. It's worth noting that we would be able to use the OSIF funding according to the capital projects that we have right now, but we don't have enough road projects and projects that we would be able to use gas tax for. So the gas tax for 2025 is going to be deferred and can be pulled back into a future budget with interest that will be earned over that time period for projects as they come along. So it's simply deferred and it's basically saved for a future year. And page 4 is showing roughly where we would wind up with our reserves. Again, these continue to be, the actual numbers continue to be adjusted as we are now beginning the audit for 2024. So those numbers could change, but that's showing you roughly that we would based on what we have right now, at the end of 2025, end up with reserves totaling approximately $2 million. On page 5, we've included a quick summary of the asset management study that is currently underway, just to give you a sense of what's coming. This is a very simplified version of the overall report that you will be seeing. It's, I guess the interesting parts are that they're estimating that we would need an annual average spend of approximately 1.1 million. Our sustainable funding that we have right now is shown in the paragraph under current sustainable funding. We have OSIP funding, gas tax funding. What we are currently putting into the reserves is about $788,000, and that's including the $456,000 into the asset management reserve that is tentatively in this budget as it stands right now. So we have a difference of about 311, working on a very simplified basis according to that study, based on a 1.4% annual increase in the contribution to the asset management reserve. It would take us about 6 years to get to that target of 1.1 of sustainable funding that we would have flowing in and out of the reserves and into the capital programs on an annual basis. At this point, we've also included an update on the 2024 actual results. Again, I would caution you that we are, or I am, I'm using the royal we now, but I have not really started the audit process at this point. I'm just going to start the interim audit, started it this past weekend. So there no doubt will be some further adjustments, but wanted to give you a flavor of where we are at this point and what is causing that overall surplus position that we have. Some of that surplus, the gas tax of 41,539, and I'm on page 5. And the building permits of 28,946. Those two items will be removed probably from the surplus, as they would have to be deferred. But again, it's subject to a little bit more analysis of exactly where we are right now. And then you can see some of the other items that are contributing to that surplus. We underspend our capital, but at the same time, if we underspend our capital, then we don't draw money out of reserves either. So those are offsets. Landfill wages were underspent, and as a result, we have reduced the landfill wage budget in this version of the budget. So those are my comments at this point. And obviously we'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Barb. Just before we get into things for the recreation budget, there is a presentation attached there, and it's not our intention to go through the presentation. But later, when we get to this item, Jan Hill has agreed to come on behalf of the Recreation Committee and answer any questions. So what I'm proposing is that before we get to that item, we'll hold it off till we're ready to take a break, and then I will get in touch with her and let her know to come. She's not far away, but she'll come here, and then she can answer questions that you might have about the budget. That budget, because you haven't seen that particular one before today. So anyway, with that, questions on the material that Barb has presented already. Would you like to start with that? Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, am I on? Test.
I don't think so. Doesn't sound like it.
Now I'm on?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, sorry. Thanks, Barb, for all your hard work, and you're pretty good at what you do. I can say that and have been over the years. So, as I always say, I've been 18, 19 years on council, and there's things I learn every year when it comes to the budget. So anyway, I guess overall my comment, I just have one question. Well, all the financial changes that you have on page 5 we'll get into it and go through the detail each page, so I'm not gonna question any of that except the gas tax, but, I guess what hits me is that in a year that we're doing very few projects, or certainly less than normal, a 7.24 or whatever % increase is not viable in my mind, Councillor. It's too high. If you look at what this council has done over the last 2 years, we've increased our budget by over 14%. And there's good reasons for that. And I'm not being critical of council during the last 2 years because we've had to build up our reserves. And I'm really happy that our reserves this year look like they'll be 2 million because it wasn't very long ago that it was 1 million or 1.2. So we're heading in the right direction and I'm happy with that. But, you know, not to lecture here, but we're heading into what I think is going to be the toughest economic times in decades. And it started this morning with the tariffs. There's going to be tariffs back and it's not going to stop there. And everything I could do to lessen the load in Whitestone, I'm going to at least, you know, propose. So that's where I come from on it. We can't be silly and we can't, you know, cut our nose off, spite our face or anything like that. But this is not tolerable. If we go in and do the same thing next year and after the end of our term say, well, we've got a 28 or 29% increase in our budget in 4 years, I don't think it's going to work. So that's where I'm kind of coming from. But having said that, the only question that I want to get explained a little bit is the gas tax. You say we haven't got a project or we're deferring it. So explain how long and then you mentioned something about that gas tax will come out of the surplus and be put, you know, sideways sort of. But what is it that we can use the gas tax for? Like what types of projects?
Mr. Mayor, the gas tax and the CC and the OSIF funding, those two grants are fairly restricted in what they can be used for. Generally speaking, only core assets, it could be your roads, your bridges, water systems, you have extended water systems. The gas tax is a little bit more flexible, but it in terms of what you can use it for, there isn't really anything else in this budget that you could use it for. Because those two grants, we have to report on those grants in detail each year, exactly what projects they were used for, where they were, in terms of on a map. And we have to assign interest to them and everything else. They're very controlled from AMO and from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. If you don't use those grants in a year, you are required to defer whatever is left of those grants that you didn't use. All of our asset management, the first one and the second one, have identified those two grants as for core assets only. They're considered to be a funding source for our core assets only, which is again roads, bridges, water systems, that type of thing.
What about building?
Generally speaking, no. They're not considered to be a core assets. They are coming in the second phase of the asset management plan, which are considered non-core assets. So they are not something that you can use gas tax or OSIP funding for.
So, and that includes the gas tax that have to be road. And you say roads and bridges. I'm trying to stretch as to how we might be able to use the money, right? Either with something in the budget or something we come up with that. So
I think when you see the asset management study that's coming to you and it talks about your core and your non-core assets and the concept of creating a sustainable funding for that lump, if you want to call it that, of assets. Then you get a better sense that it's not so much trying to use those grants. It's that if you don't use them 1 year, you use them the next year or the next year, you can hold on to them and continue
for ever, or 3 years, or 5 years.
It's something like 3 years. but you're gonna have more money coming in, you're going to start using some of those funds. Again, even the asset management talks about your average of 1.1 million, and we know that this year is a little bit lean on the capital side. So next year we may have a heavier amount of roads, et cetera, and you can pull in your current year's gas tax and OSIP, you can pull in your previous year's.
So do we have any previous years? Like, I know we're saying this year we don't have any, so we're gonna put us to the side. What about last year or the year before? And I'm getting into this 3 year, I don't want to ever have to return gas tax.
Oh, no, exactly.
So, learning from other years, that we
Yes, we will be incurring some gas tax in 2024. As I think that's on that list of things that have to be deferred because we did not spend on roads as much as what we had planned. Yes, on page 5, you'll see that it looks as though, and again, I caution you, I've not really reviewed this in detail. $41,539 worth of gas tax was not spent. So that money would be deferred in 2024. And then it looks as though we won't have as much of a spend in 2025, which would mean we would defer that. We report all that to AMO, and then we bring it back in 2026. And at that point, hopefully we've got some good big road projects that we can pull all that money into, and which means we take less money out of asset management reserves and other reserves
Right.
typically had to use over the years in order to fund those big projects.
But we have no carryover from 2023, it's just 2024.
Right,
So,
correct.
okay, thank you, that explains what I want to thank, I'm finished, Mr. Mayor, for now.
If I
Thank you.
might, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Barb, thank you for the report. I just have a couple opening remarks and then a couple of remarks on the overall first couple pages of the reports here. So I agree. When I look at the proposed tax increase of 7.24%, which works out to the 5.7 after the school board's taken into account. And I sit here and go, what are we doing this year? We're hardly doing any capital projects. And yet we are short, I'm going to say about 311,000 from what the AMP report says we should be putting in every year. So we're 300,000 short. We're still going to have a 5.7% increase. We're losing grants. And I sit here and go, our costs are totally out of control. Sorry about that. Our expenses, our ongoing incurred expenses, be it buildings, wages, vehicles, are astronomical and totally out of control, which is what's driving our 15% increase over a few years that we had to do because costs are going up. We're taking away capital and our numbers are skyrocketing, just like be it the provincial debt, the federal debt, personal debts people have. Everybody's fighting this same thing. And we're no different. We have to really take a look at it. And just when I look at it and I go, in our current budget, we have a parkland reserve that right now we're showing, Barb, in the report, we're only withdrawing $10,000 out of our parkland reserve fund. And as per Bill 23, we all know that the municipality has to spend 60% a year. 159,000 closing balance at the end of 2024 means we have to spend $95,000 this year in what could be considered parks, be it that for boat launches, building improvements at the community center, whatever it might be. Yet we're only allocating $10,000. We know the numbers, but we aren't doing it. And instead, we're pulling, I look here and I say, we're going to pull $16,000 out of our asset management and $4,000 out of our asset management for community siding repairs and admin building repairs. We're a municipality that can't even afford a $20,000 bill for siding. Like, we have to call a spade, people here. We have to watch our costs, and for us to sit here and go, we don't have a job that we can find $75,000 on a road improvement, when all I've heard before I was on council and now that I'm on council is how important all our roads and bridges are. So important. We have to put so much money into them every year, which I think everybody would agree with, but we don't have a job that we can find for $70,413 to put gravel on a road, improve culverts, improve ditching. We just don't have a job. Something is wrong and broken in our system. We need to find a job this year for that $70,000 to improve a road better. When I say it's free money, it's not free, but it's a grant. So if we include it this year, it's not costing us anything. And we have to do a much better job. Like, we went from our first budget, and I'm almost wrapping up here, Mr. Mayor. Now I'm on the opening statements. We went from our first budget of putting in about 647,000 into reserves, which I think we said in the first meeting, that's a great job. Everybody's doing well. Everybody was happy, I think, when I said everybody was doing well. Everybody was happy that it appeared that we were putting in 641,000 in the first draft. Now we've lowered that from 641 to 611, and we're removing 134,000 from reserves. So we've really lowered our number by $170,000 from our first draft. Numbers don't lie when you look at them. So we're pulling from reserves. We're not putting enough in again. We're hardly doing any capital projects, which we've all said might be good, and Works Department can work on the graveling and ditching, but we're still almost $300,000 in a shortfall for what we should be doing to our asset management plan. And we're losing our funding for gravel of 150,000 or 170,000, which I'm sure everybody on council is very surprised that we've lost a grant for 100 and something thousand. And we don't have it this year. So, we can all say it looks good, but no, the numbers don't look good. They're not good. We got to find ways of saving money today and doing things in a more, I'm going to say, not transparent way, but just in a better way for the longevity of the community. Because I'm sure people don't want to see tax increases of 7% every year because our payments are out of whack. Like, my last statement here, I look at our loan page, and we're still paying for bunny trail improvements that were done a number of years ago. Yet we're going back to the beginning of the bunny trail to re-slurry seal it, when we've had discussions every year and we keep being told we just need to finish the bunny trail. Well, now we're back to starting it again. We're still paying for loans on items that we're starting to do work on again. That is just horrible mismanagement in a way of paying off things for too long of a time, when it's like paying off your car and your car's dead and you're taking out a new loan for it and building in the old cost of your car loan, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So I hope what comes out of the end of today, we can find some cost savings and that we're able to get our tax rate down a bit, but we can work as council to find some cost savings that we all agree in, find something for that $70,000 tax budget, and continue to go on the right page. Yes, we as a municipality really pushed hard last year, put more into the reserves, which is good. We're trying to do it again this year, but we only still have, if everything goes perfect, under $2 million reserve. We've asked the question. We all know that $2 million in a reserve is not enough for a municipality. It's just not.
Your red flag has been up for a while. Could you please let the, I'm sure you have more things you want to raise, but could we give our staff, our treasurer, an opportunity to respond to some of the things that you're.
So I can leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. The only one question I have directly for you, Barb, is simply, you said that we have a surplus of a prime rounding, about 200 and something thousand. Is that in our current budget to be allocated somewhere, the surplus going in? And can you just let me know what line item that is in our current 2025 budget that shows that surplus coming in? I know it's there. I just want to confirm I have the right number.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Nash. Right. No, there is no surplus number coming into our current budget. The reason for that is bringing in assuming that we have a surplus to bring into the budget at this point might be a little bit early. The other caution that I have many times said is using a surplus to offset a tax rate increase is a bit risky. It's always better, in my view, to take a surplus and roll it into a reserve as part of your operating budget. Because as soon as you use a surplus to balance your budget, you have created a hole that you will have to fill the next year. So last year, for example, you had a 41,000 and change surplus that was used more or less to balance the budget. That's not a material amount, but it is still risky to bring surpluses in and show them as a line, a revenue line to offset potentially a shortfall. So maybe I'll just leave it at that, but right now it's not there. The
Yeah,
other
and
thing
Barb,
that I wanted,
just 1 second, if you don't mind, Barb. Thank you so much for saying
Can
that.
you please let her finish? She has the floor.
the other major contributor to your increase this year, and it's a good thing, but it is a major contributor, is we have increased the contribution to the asset management reserve from 288,000 in 2024 to a potential 322,000 this year. That is a 4.5% tax rate increase right there. So if you take your 7.2 that we're sitting at right now, you take the 4.5 off for this significant increase to that reserve, you're sitting at about a 2.7% overall increase on your operating budget. With given that the CPI currently coming into this year was rolling around 2%, that in itself, your operating budget in itself, overall, some are up, some are down, is not that far off of a normal inflationary increase. But the big jump, as I say, is the increase in the contribution to reserves. That's to try to match what was in your original asset management plan. You've seen the data, preliminary data on the upcoming asset management plan. It's a bit of a dilemma to try to get the money into reserves to increase it to the level that you need it to get to, while at the same time keeping your tax increases at the rate of inflation or thereabouts. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Barb. Just in just one follow-up question there. So thank you so much for saying that comment about the money that we used last year, because I think that's what's been happening the last couple of years. We're taking money and putting it into our operating from a reserve, which I totally agree with you with, which is just creating a bigger shortfall the following year because you're counting on that 47,000 last year, or I think there was 100,000 one year. So you're just building up that problem over and over. And like you said, although we're giving more money to asset management from 225,000 to 400,000+, that's only because we hadn't done a good job of it as council before, and we're trying to put enough money in there. But even with that increase, which you said, if we didn't do that, would only be at a 2% increase, we're still $300,000 short, or about probably another 6%. But that's like kind of like saying, well, if we balance our budget, we're all great. But if our roof leaks, we can't fix it. That's kind of what you're saying. Well, if we just go with the 2%, and we didn't put the 400 grand in to the asset reserve, would be okay, but we just couldn't fix the roof if we had to, or we couldn't buy that new piece of equipment because we weren't putting enough away. So like I said, it sounds good when people talk, oh, it would have only been a 2%, but we should have been putting more money in for years and we wouldn't have to be trying to correct issues now, which I think everybody on council is doing a good job of trying to get there. I just hope the public can understand that we as council are put in a really hard spot here, trying to get our finances in better order for a rainy day reserve fund and keeping tax rates low and trying to balance stuff. And I really hope that, yes, we do have a 200 something $1,000 surplus, which will be fantastic, which again can just go right into our reserves. But a lot of that surplus is because we didn't do jobs that were slated to be done last year. So thank you very much, Barb, for your report. And I'll leave the rest of my questions and comments as we go through each item. So thank you very much, Barb.
Yeah, Mr. If I might say something.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah. Councillor Nash feel kind of like it was a swipe at previous councils or something about not doing a good job in terms of reserves. I'd like to point out that the road study came very late in the term of the last council, as did the asset management plan. So it's hard to know what to put into assets or into reserves when you don't have a study telling you. So, just be careful that, when you take a swat at the previous council. But I agree. I tend to look at the surplus as a really good news story. I agree that we shouldn't be, supplementing operating to do that. I think we can find savings in the operating budget anyway. But if you think of our reserves, if they're 2 million in that area, and if we're able to add another 250, then that's sort of the shortfall from last year. So I look at it as a really good news sort of story, whether 250 or 200, it's, I think we should be putting it into a general reserve of some sort. So I'll leave my comments at that. So thank you.
Okay, other members of council. Councillor Bray. Okay, Councillor Bray says go first, Councillor Woods. You go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Barb, first off, thanks very much. I know the very first budget that I ever looked at when I got on council was kind of mind-boggling for me, but I've learned to navigate them pretty well, and I would say most of the credit would have to go to you because you're so good at explaining things and laying them out. I just wanted to point out, if the gas tax, the OCIF funding, if we were looking for something, a job to do, there was the Maple Island Road, the stretch of Maple Island that we were supposed to hard top or slurry seal. I can't remember exactly what it was we were doing, and that was always put off. Is that something that we could use for the gas tax funding?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that typically we have used gas tax and OCIF funding for the slurry seals that we do because they do extend the life of the road, so we can use those grants for that type of project.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that up in case any of us forgot about it. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Barb, for this. This is a great report. It was good. I'm glad to hear how you frame the increase of seeing most of it is putting money in reserves, which we all know we need. And the asset management plan will tell us even more when we get the full picture. And so I appreciate that because a 2 point, whatever it was you said, is not that big an increase on the overall general budget. And so I think we need to always keep that in mind. And I think it's something that we need to think about helping our ratepayers to understand by explaining these things, because sometimes it's like I didn't realize it was mainly the reserves. So I think that your explanation is great, and I think that's something we can do when we do finalize the budget, and we do want to communicate the budget to everyone. And the one thing I wanted to ask, and because again, this asset management reserve it's always a little bit confusing for me. But will all of the vehicles be in that once we've got the full plan? And will that money cover, like, we've got little reserves here and there for vehicles. And I'm wondering whether that will cover, whether the vehicles come out of the asset management, any of the food.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that what you will see in the asset management study, and I think it's been discussed before, we went through a consolidation of a lot of the little bits and pieces reserves we had before. And now, because we're going to be doing the buildings and vehicles in the next version of the asset management, I think that they probably will recommend that you move to 1 or 2 reserves at most. They are corporate reserves, they're at the discretion of council. And so they should be treated that way. And so I think we probably will eliminate a couple more of those little ones. Some of them are for other purposes at council discretion that really have nothing to do with assets. So you could retain those, but that's more or less the principle, is that you want to have, you know, your large buckets of reserves. Your money is going in each year and your money is coming out each year. So you generally are going to want to have more money in your reserves than you're going to be moving in and moving out, because your reserves are your cash balances. That's where you make your money on your penalty or your interest on your bank account. That's where that money comes from. It comes from the reserves floating, not so much from the money coming in and out through taxes. You do a balanced budget, so the money comes in, you spend it all, it goes out. If that were true, you could have no reserves, correct? But then from January to March, we would have, you know, we would be borrowing money. We would have to borrow money for that. So that's kind of the way that the reserves will work. But the idea would be that you would have money, all of your money in those 1 or 2 reserves that you could track easily and see them growing and decreasing depending on what you're pulling out each year for your capital budget, which is never going to be 1.1 million. It's going to be 3 million or 500. It's going to be up and down, but your consistent amount that you're putting into your reserves is forming the basis for those draws that you can take out up and down.
So, so just on that note then, so this year's a difficult year because we want to increase the amount we're putting in. So we are going to face a difficult situation, which I think any other municipality who has been working towards this has probably faced the same thing, where you're going to have 1 year where, yeah, your increase is going to be bigger than what maybe we had hoped for, but it's because it's reserves and it's there for a reason to help us in the coming years with the things that all of the ratepayers are going to, would want us to do. So I think that's a good point that we need to remember. And I appreciate how you described or you explained it. Thank you so much.
Just if I may, sort of supplemental to Councillor Gray's question, would you see us continuing in the future to separate the reserves for core assets from the reserves for non-core assets, as far as, I'm just talking about the asset pieces, not other reserves that we might have for. They say, do you think those will need to be in fact separated or makes it easier to have them separated? What's your view on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the asset management is the plan, and the plan talks about 1.1 on average coming out. It doesn't say this much. The 1.1 is this much for roads and this much is for buildings. I mean, you can see it in the detail in the report. So if you're using that as a tool, if you're using your asset management plan as a tool to watch what you're doing in terms of your spending, then you probably only need 1 reserve. More than likely, you could even, at some point you could maybe talk about adding a little bit of interest to it, that with caution though, because you're depending on interest in your operating budget as well. But I think I would hold off on being too definitive about that until you actually see the asset management plan and what they recommend is the best way to go, whether you separate reserve for core assets from non-core assets.
Those would be my comments.
Okay, thank you. I don't have really a lot of comments or questions, although I would share some of the observations that have been made already, and I am concerned that this is potentially a tough year for some, maybe many of our ratepayers. And you know, it may not be just this year, depending on how long this kind of economic disturbance that is coming from south of our border lasts, and how we're able to, how our higher levels of government are able to respond to it and so on. So there's a lot of uncertainty here. I guess one of the things that I would just comment in general about the projects, and yeah, the point I want to make is that council does have the ability to, notwithstanding the asset management plan and availability of funds from various sources, has the ability to defer some projects over time. And I'll use an example. I mean, we could, you know, we could perhaps look at it as saying, well, we have some gas tax money, we could spend that. Or we have some OSIP funds that we could spend, we could find a project to spend on them. But the question that I would be asking is, well, what are the priorities for these things? And rather than putting some surface treatment on Maple Island Road, for example, perhaps we need to look at a project like the Alts Road Bridge. And I don't want to bring up a whole discussion about the Alts Road Bridge, but I suspect likely that project will not take place this year. It'll take place in another year. But it will consume a chunk of money, and it would be eligible for those. It's a bridge, that's a core asset. It would be eligible for OSIF and gas tax funding. So strategically, it would be really helpful for us to kind of know what do we think are our priorities in terms of those. And I'm not sure that I have that. I certainly don't have that straight in my mind. And I guess I would be wanting to rely on our roads department to tell us what they feel are the priorities and what is the right time to do some of these things. So that may be one of the reasons why we don't have as many projects. Like there might be an answer to the question, well, rather than spending a little bit on this and a little bit on that, to use some funds that are there. The right thing may very well be to defer them until next year. And when we have more, we will in fact have more funds that can be used for them because they're larger projects, and that will cut down on the impact of those projects on the reserves. So I just throw that out to you for what it's worth, and I don't have an answer about. Like, I'm not saying, oh no, this is the project we should be doing. I'm just saying I don't know what, and I'm not sure we're going to find out in the short term what our absolute priorities are in terms of projects. So anyway, that's all I want to say by way of general comments. If there are no other ones, Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, very, very quickly. I found over the years that the taxpayer really cares about the bottom line. There are a few of them that go through their tax bill and say, what happened to that education tax? Or what happened to the municipal tax? They look and say, last year I paid $100 in taxes. This year I'm paying 105. Now we're fortunate because the education tax rarely goes up. So we're able to cushion by 1% to 1.5% what we actually spend, okay? And I also say, in my opinion, that they don't care whether it's reserves or operating or Timbuktu. they don't know the detail of it. So to try and explain, which we have in the last couple of years, we're building up the reserves, and that's certainly something that we can say to them and whatever. They don't give a hoot. They care about what their increases have gone through. And we have to bear in mind that this is a 2% world. We're in a 2% world. So in their mind, anything more than 2% is above, what they want. That's what they expect, not 7 or 5.7 or whatever. We need to cut this budget and maintain our integrity in terms of our capital project. One of the problems we have with capital projects is we're without a roads superintendent now, right? And that's limiting us. That's the only reason. But if I said you're getting a 7% increase in your taxes, and we're doing very little on our roads this year other than gravel, I think they'd be scratching their head if we told them that detail, right? So again, I go back to what I said at the beginning. This is a really tough year. And people are going to feel it, no matter what income bracket you're in. Everyone is going to feel this, and we need to take a surgical scalpel to this budget and do it properly in order to bring these down. And that's, again, just my bottom line. I get the feeling it's probably most of council, but that's the end of my comments. So, but I appreciate everyone's comments and everyone's insight into this, and thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just say one last comment just in closing out here? It'll take about 20 seconds.
Okay.
Perfect. All it was just in what Councillor Lamb just said there. I totally concur that we need to get our budget down. And when I look at it, I think you said 2% world, and I agree with you on that. I think if the school board budget reduces ours by 1.5%, we have to be somewhere in the 4.5% overall tax increase to get under 3% kind of thing at the most, if not lower than that, for tax increase. So I agree with what Councillor Lamb is saying, that we're going to have to dissect this and take some numbers out and do what is best for the community. Yeah, because we can't have a tax increase over 3% after the school board's taken into, as far as I'm concerned, with everything that's going on in the world. And just to show that we're doing a good job, I think we shouldn't go over that. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are we now ready then to go into the detailed items that are in attachment A?
I think we start at page 6, don't we, which is capital.
I'm sorry?
Are we going to start like at page 6 and look at all the capital and where it's coming from? Is that a good place to start? Or are we going to go into the big sheets, deal with capital?
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought so.
Whatever way you want to.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't realize if people have questions on page 6, then we should do that. I think we should do that now because we haven't done the capital previously.
Could I?
When I say questions, I'm talking about what the specific item is, not, let's please not go back and revisit the whole general thing about how high a tax increase we can absorb and so on. We've already discussed that. Let's just look at the specific items that are listed here. If there are any that you want to ask about, this is a good time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
We didn't spend a lot of time on capital in the last year.
Okay, so we're on page 6.
We're on page 6.
Okay.
Yeah. Could I start, Mr. Mayor? Councillor Nash?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on page 6, the couple comments that I'll say is, the first one, again, I'm just going through what we've said before. Community center communications. I think we all know that, we're getting new cameras or we're getting a camera and we're getting, what we're getting with it. But I don't think $10,000 it's gonna cost for installation of what we've already purchased and a camera. So I think that number could probably just be brought down to $5,000, which I think is a more realistic budget. And yes, if it goes over that and it's really 5892, I don't think anybody's gonna question it. But I think 10,000 for a camera and to connect what's already there is a little excessive, that's all. So I don't know, do we want to talk about that item, or do you want me to go through all the items?
I think, my understanding is that we're at the stage where, we know, what work has to be done, and it's a question of getting a quote from somebody to do it, which we don't have yet. Because I'll let our CAO respond, but you might be right. It's just, we don't know.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. What I did with that budget was, you might be right, Councillor Nash, it might only be around 5,000. We had, I think we have a concrete plan of what needs to be done now, and my thoughts on it were that it would be somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. So that's why I went on the conservative side, I guess, and allowed for 10,000 in case it went to that level. It could maybe an alternative might be to cut it back to 7,500.
Yeah, okay, just for that one item, I'd be fine to say 7,500 if we want to do a straw poll and just move. I don't want to stick on one item too long today. I'm just trying to come up with a bit of money.
Yeah. That's okay, because all we have through you, Mr. Mayor, is, I think, we've got a screen and all that. I guess we have a camera left and the installation of the camera. Is that basically it, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were also looking at some additional lapel mics as part of the problem. Like you're using, so that we could avoid the use of the microphones.
Don't we have a whole bunch of these? We had a whole bunch to begin with.
No, we
can't
don't.
use those. Those are old. Those frequencies have been discontinued, and
Okay.
and you can't buy the receivers for them anymore.
Okay.
Well, they wouldn't work in here anyway.
Okay.
But
Well, I certainly agree that we should go with the lapel thing.
Yes.
This stuff isn't working.
So in terms of, actual infrastructure or equipment, you're looking at a few more lapel mics. You're looking at the camera type system, and then essentially installation, which is going to require some running of cables and wires, that sort of thing.
So we've decided on 7,500. Is everybody kind of happy with that?
If I can make a suggestion, why don't we, I mean, it's flagged that the amount could change, but we should have an exact cost by the time of the next budget meeting, right? So
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so, no?
Yeah. Hopefully.
But in the interim, we can make it for calculations today,
Yeah.
7,500.
If you want it, yeah.
Yeah.
And then carrying on, the next item on my list, and I know this isn't going to get answered today, but I think instead of saying Bunny Trail surface treatment, 105,000 OCF grant, I totally understand we need to spend 105,000 on our roads to get the grant, but I don't think it should be Bunny Trail surface treatment. I think for now we just say surface treatment, and we need to come back and decide on what road it is. Like Councillor Wood said earlier, it had been slated to be done at one time at Maple Island. I'm not sure if slurry seal is the best way to go, if we can do just gravel improvements. But I think starting over the Bunny Trail again, when Dave Creaser, before he left, kept telling us as soon as we finish the road, we wouldn't need to do anything because that stuff lasts 10 years. And over the last 4 or 5 years, the entire road's been surfaced. So I don't think it should be Bunny Trail surface treatment. I think it should just be surface treatment. I don't know what other councillors might think of that, but I totally understand we have to spend the 105.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, help me out here. Surface treatment, when I think of surface treatment, I kind of think of tar and chip and slurry seal and that sort of thing. I don't think of gravel. Right?
No.
But I do notice in our 5-year plan, for instance, that Balsam Road beyond Cannon, as you go towards McKellar, has got, I think it's 120,000 and then another 120,000 the year after that. So that's like 250,000. So, but that's a gravel road. So I guess that would involve culverts or ditching and gravel and all that kind of stuff. I don't think it would involve tar and chipping Balsam Road. Again, I know we don't have our work superintendent here, but so do we know what Balsam Road, for instance, involves?
Go ahead.
Through you, your worship, I can tell you that, from my point of view, no, I don't know, anything about, proposed work on Balsam Road at this point in time. The Public Works Manager did suggest some areas for gravel improvements, and they're in the current tender that we have on, that we've advertised. That I do not think included Balsam Road. So I don't know. I'm not familiar enough yet with the works.
But on the bunny trail, then going back to it, like, you know, we put a lot of money, and I agree to all of it, in Wawashkesh and that whole area. And the bunny trail, we spent a lot of money on the bunny trail over the years, right? But is this, this is for slurry seal on the bunny trail, is it? Is that what we're talking about when we say bunny trail treatment?
That's correct.
And is this redoing slurry seal that we did years ago?
Yes, essentially. When I spoke to the roads lead hand, I asked him what really needed to be done this year, and his suggestion was to do some slurry seal on the bunny trail for some of the areas that have previously been done, but there are some areas that are bad and could use improvement. So it was a suggestion. It's not absolutely necessary. You could do as Councillor Nash said and leave it open at this stage of time, but his suggestion was that was the area that needed attention.
Of course, if we took, and again, I'm not maybe suggesting this, but if we took it out, it would just go into the same deferral as the gas tax and everything else. So
Yeah, you're not saving anything. Yeah.
you're not really saving anything. Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct.
So I guess the bottom line is Councillor Nash is saying, let's pick the right situation, you know, to spend that on. Or if we don't have the right situation, then simply defer it till next year, right? It seems silly to me, to be re-slurring, ones that have already been done. I don't go down the bunny trail. The mayor's putting his hand up, so maybe he knows the areas that are really bad. I know, for instance, on Canning was slurry sealed, and there's a couple of bumps and whatever, but I mean, that, we still got a great road down there, right? I wouldn't be going and, you know, improving Canning Road, for instance, right? Is it bumps or maybe the mayor can speak to what this is?
Yes, I'll try. Let me start by saying a slurry seal does not, it is to protect the surface of the road, which has a tar and chip surface. It does not last for 10 years. Not, I would say not anywhere, but especially not here. And the reason is that the road bed itself underneath the tar and chip and so on still has, it's not built up enough to be resistant to, you know, the freezing and thawing, which is what damages the road. So on the bunny trail, you can see what happens if you drive down past the boundary between us and McDougall, and you'll see that section of the road at the top end of McDougall territory that was surface treated by McDougall a couple of years ago, and they haven't put any more money into it, and you can see what kind of condition it's in right now, right? It's very, compared to Whitestone's portion of the trail, it's pretty bad. And that's all just freezing and thawing, and damaging the surface. So, essentially what you do, to maintain it is once you get, you don't have to do the whole thing, but you'll find sections where the surface is starting to break up. And unless the odd little isolated place you can cold patch, but other places you're going to have to do a reseal. Otherwise, it's just going to get worse. Once the surface starts to break up, it deteriorates rapidly from there. So that's the thought about doing some, and I'm sure they're only proposing to do certain sections that are of our part of the trail that are starting to get, they're starting to break up a bit to prevent them from getting worse.
And through you, Mr.
that's-
Sorry, I
so
thought you were
what
done,
they-
Mr. Mayor.
That's what that's what we would do. But again, whether we have to, I mean, I'm not arguing about taking the word bunny trail off. It's just, I think at the end of the day, that's probably going to get, if we're actually going to do surface treatment, meaning slurry seal, I think that's probably where the bulk of it would end up going.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might. So just so in case other councillors don't fully understand it, and I know the mayor fully understands the slurry seal and tar and chip. So just to let a couple of you understand it. So if you have a base that's no good, we'll call it the gravel base, right? In theory, what should be done is you fix the improper gravel base areas. And then you pay and have tar and chip put down, which is really just a layer of tar that's put down on top of your gravel. And as cars drive on, it turns into a really thin layer of asphalt, very soft, but very thin layer of maybe 3/4 of an inch of asphalt. It's more like tar. And then after that, in order to help seal that and give yourself a little bit longer longevity from having to do the tar and chip again, you can do this slurry seal. And a really good example of the slurry seal would be, think of somebody that comes around and wants to coat your driveway with a coat of tar, and they coat the black paint on a driveway to make it look new again. That's basically tar and chip. The only thing is, with the tar, there's a really thin layer of about 1/4 inch of just fine gravels, like sandpaper almost, that's put in with it. And after a few years, yes, it breaks down. But the only problem is, in our asset management plan, they say you should get 8 to 10 years from this type of treatment. And when we've been talking about it, which has been a lot at the last couple of budget meetings, and our past road supervisor said we got to get done to the end of the road, that's been done now, right from 520 all the way to the town line at the south of it has been fully done. So what's being proposed here is just to start right up at the bunny trail and 520 again, working south towards the first set of train tracks, which if you were to ask many people in the community, they'd say that road's not that bad. I think we'd be better off spending that money somewhere else. Now, I'm not a fan personally of slurry seal or tar and chip because of your maintenance costs, just what's showing here. We're still paying for the original $500,000 work to the bunny trail from 10 years ago or so. Then we spent probably another $750,000 at least on tar and chip, and now we're just starting it over again. So it's an ongoing maintenance work versus gravel. It's just a grader going up and down. So I do have one question for you, Barb, on this. For the OCIF grant, it doesn't have to be surface treatment, does it? Like OCIF grant, would that be, if we're going to actually improve a road by putting 6 inches of gravel down, new culverts and new ditching, would that qualify for OCIF funding if we're improving our road by putting a really thick layer of gravel, digging out soft spots, putting new signage, would something like that qualify for OCIF, just like slurry seal would?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not an engineer on this, but the OSIP funding would be able to be used if it improves the road and extends the life cycle, the life of the asset. And I think we would have to check with OSIP to find out if, in their view, an extensive gravel treatment would extend the life of the road. Generally speaking, I think they're looking for 7 to 10 years minimum of extending the life, where during that time period, minimal maintenance would be required, but we can check into that, if that would help.
Thank you, Barb. Yeah, if you could look into that. And I think when you do check it, the idea of putting a thick layer of gravel, not just saying gravel maintenance, but a good thick layer of new gravel base, ditching and culverts. So you're really improving the drainage, increasing the flow of water off the roads, if that would qualify. So anyways, I know we got caught up on this 105 for a long time. Again, it's not the 105,000, it's just the location. Maybe I think that can just be left again with the location to be added later if council's agreeable to that, till we know what we might be able to do.
Okay, thanks. Other items on the draft capital funding.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, the next item I had was bridge structure maintenance, 45,000. What is this for? What location? Has the jobs been tendered yet? Do we have an engineer? Do we need to tender the engineer, I'm assuming? But I just see bridge structure maintenance with no breakdown of what it's for.
When,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this account has historically been used for things such as, and I'm not sure what these things are, but you may know, bridge abutment work that is required, guide rail replacement and improvement on the roads or on the bridges. So because bridges form a significant portion of our core assets, it has historically been used for gas tax and or OSIF funding. It's not necessarily a bridge project, it's probably a number of bridges, is my understanding, but perhaps the CAO can go in.
Okay, but we don't know what projects they are specifically. Sorry for that. I know last year the reason I'm asking is I think you said it has to increase your roads by 8 to 10 years, and just doing guardrail maintenance I don't think would qualify. So hopefully for the next budget meeting, staff can bring back exactly what structure maintenance we're looking at here, and if those tenders have been prepared, and if we have an engineer looking at those, be it guardrail repairs or abutment repairs. I'm assuming, could it be possible, Barb, that the next item below that, the 25,000 Lads Road Bridge rehabilitation analysis, could that not be considered for part of OSIF grants if we're trying to work on bridge rehabilitation, which I think would be the guardrails and stuff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't sure if an analysis, that would be obviously consulting work that would be required, whether that would qualify. So out of an abundance of caution, I assigned the asset management. Again, that would be one that perhaps we could check. I think if it was closer to the actual project being done, it might be something that could be included, but we can look into that. I think the other thing I wanted to mention too is the bridge structure maintenance. I believe that there's a bridge study that sets out a number of the requirements, but again, I'll let the CAO carry on.
through you, your worship, what I can say about that budget is that right now we don't have any specifics or specific projects. With the lack of a public works manager, it's just that work hasn't been done yet. So it was the thought process on it was to have the budget there so that these projects could be identified, and council will have to approve them at some point in time.
Okay, thanks, Nigel. But if it was 105,000 and 45,000, one was the surface treatment, and the other was structure maintenance. Together, those cost 150,000. If we just put a line item in our budget for now for OCIF grants and called it like road / bridge improvements, that might be sufficient for now until we find projects, and maybe it's $150,000 on a road improvement versus some for guardrail. Could we just combine the two numbers for now, maybe?
Through you, your worship, absolutely. I think you could do that, and it probably would be the most sensible thing to do at this stage, given the fact that we don't, we don't have anything that's identified. So it would allow us to have a budget so that we can identify some projects, bring them forward to council, and then at least you'll have a budget for them.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, the next one that I have is the facilities demolition of the Twist building, $35,000. That can be cut. I think we discussed us doing it ourselves with our own trucks and people and whatever. So that could be cut significantly, I would think, right?
Through you, your worship, absolutely it can. I had a discussion with Public Works about that, and we've determined probably about 15,000 would be required. And I did know that in advance. I just it was a discussion that took place after this draft of the budget was
Okay, well,
completed.
let's make it 15,000 then, and that puts 20,000 more into reserves, right? If everyone's okay with that one. No,
I mean, it could be deferred entirely for that matter. I mean, it's sitting there quietly. I mean, just
well, it's got mold in it, and you better rip the Band-Aid off later, in my opinion, right? And I would rather do it this year for all kinds of reasons, including we're facing an election next year, and just rip that building down in the middle of the summer next year and watch for those people running for council, the whiplash on it, which we're gonna get anyway, right? And because people don't understand that, in my opinion, was still a great purchase for us in terms of the future, so I don't want to defer myself. We need a straw poll on that, let's do it now, right? Parking, whatever over there, even the fall fair could expand over there if we wanted to, for God's sakes, right? But I do think what maybe we should put in is, for, again, our workers can do this, is just a culvert between the back of the nurses station parking lot and the Twist property, so people can traverse right down Church Street here and then over to the Twist property. So I don't know what that would cost. I don't think that much. It's the price of a culvert, some gravel and whatever. It doesn't have to be tremendously wide, but I would be in support of doing something like that on top. So maybe that 15 has to become 25 again. I don't know what the cost of that would be.
Through you, your worship, in my discussions with the previous Public Works manager and the current acting, I guess, lead hand, is that a culvert wouldn't be required, just fill. And they've factored that into the 15,000.
Oh, good. So we'll get that done, and excellent. So we just got 25,000 more, or 20,000 more into the reserve. So thank you. Thank you for that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Nigel, just on the Twist demolition, which I totally agree, let's keep it in this year's and get it done. If it needs to be done, let's not put it off. But why would it still cost $15,000 if our crews can do it ourselves and we have our own landfill? Like, what costs do we have as a municipality for it? We don't track time and machines.
Through you, your worship, our proposed method of disposing of the building was to use bins and haul it to another facility rather than using our own landfill. So that was the majority of the cost.
Perfect. Good idea.
Makes sense.
And-
there is a fair bit of material there that we don't actually dispose of in our own landfill, like shingles and things.
We
Have to-
we take shingles at our dump, Mr.
Down,
Mayor.
we're gonna have to fill it in with something, or we just can't have a big hole in.
Anyway, okay, so can we move on to, are there any other items on this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, the one that I've been waiting to see here, as I said earlier, our parkland reserves, I think for the next budget, staff's gonna have to come back and really figure out how we're gonna spend $94,000 on parkland reserves that we're required to under Bill 23. You know, we can do some of our, going back up, there's community center vinyl siding that says 16,000. I don't know why that couldn't be part of the parkland reserves, because it's a building improvement. Boat launches, but I see here recreational playground project, and I've noticed nowhere does it have any idea as to what this project is. Can somebody fill council in just to the brief synopsis of what this item might be?
Well, yes, probably I can. If you go back to the original playground project that we had here, there was a second phase of the project. There was a, kind of a task force that worked on it, including rec committee and some other people, and we ended up with phase one, which is what you see out there today. But the thought of the recreation committee was that because people do use the facility that we have a fair bit, and they thought perhaps we should go ahead, and it would require some planning as to the specifics and where they would go, but we have a little bit more property now and so on. So the idea was to expand that playground area with some additional facilities, and it would require a study to see how much is involved. It could be deferred too, again, but it's a question of what that is a legitimate use of parkland reserve funds. I'm not sure that other things like vinyl siding for the community center are, and I'll leave that to our treasurer to comment on, I guess. But the other suggestion the other item that was intended to go in there, I think, was there was a request, as you know, to have another umbrella put on the beach, and that's I don't know, a $1,500 item or something like that. I think it's not a huge item, but that was also one of the items that was suggested to be part of that. Again, it's just
sunshade.
just enhancement, a sunshade. Yeah, it's just general enhancements to that particular area. And again, I would point out that's a discretionary item, but it is capital, and we can use parkland reserve for it. So that's why the recreation committee thought it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, no, I do think we have to come up with some initiatives for the parkland reserves, and an umbrella might be a great idea. So I look forward to something coming back that tells us exactly what it would be for. But Barb, can you let us know, out of the 94, again, I know it's 60% we're required to spend. And from what I understand, even though it's called parkland, it's any open space. So that's why boat launches, we've already been confirmed last year that boat launches would be included in that. But for the next meeting, Barb, would it be possible to come back with the exact outlines of exactly what expenses, like from the Ontario government, letting all of council know what counts as expenses, and confirming that we do have to spend the 94,000? Because right now we're 85,000 short of what we need to do here, right? So I think we'll have to come up with council some very good ideas of things we can do for It can be community center work, parkland work, land purchases. There's so many things, boat launches, trail systems, so many things that can go under it. But I think we as council just need to be brought up to speed on if that's possible, Barb.
Mr. Mayor, I think I guess the only question that was that we have to consider what is operating and what would be more on the capital side. So yes, we can bring that information forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, if we're looking to spend this money, we looked at the twist, because we wanted, or the rec committee wanted it for storage at one point, right? And if anything, we have a great lack of storage in Dunchurch here. So perhaps we could put monies into, I have a 14 by, 25-foot garage that was brought in and simply put on pads, the big pads, right? It's a lovely garage that my car sits every night in it. And, it cost me $15,000 about 6 or 8 years ago. So that's probably 20 or 25. But, if we had a location where we could put that here, not for rec committee specifically, but just for general storage, right? And we could find a spot for it. That may be one idea to spend parkland vacation. And I assume because that's a capital item and in our park, and like that should qualify, I would think, for the OSIP grant or the parkland dedication, excuse me. So that's one idea. Yeah, the sunshade, I'm actually trying to clamor under the sunshade here at the beach. One more would be good. It's only a couple $1,000, I think. But as Councillor Nash, I think, brought up, we have many other things. We talked about the commons up at Maple Island. I really stretch myself to think what the heck we've done over the years up there, except lose some patio stones at one point. But anyway, we haven't put a lot of money into that. And again, I don't know who's going to come up with what we should do up there, but that's an area we could do something with. So that's my own comments. Thank you.
And just, if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, just following up on what Councillor Lamb just said about the commons. Totally agree. And, we talk about increased signage this year in our budget further on at our boat launches or the baseball diamonds or Maple Island Commons. So, Barb, again, just when you go back and check, like right now, we might call it boat launch gravel or maintenance. But I think everybody on council would say every year that we're doing something at these boat launches, it's really improvements. So maybe our heading on our budget is not sufficient, but when we do a garbage can or a shade umbrella down at the parking area or the beach area, or a new sign, an improvement on a sign, or improvement by extending a corner at a boat launch or putting gravel down, I think those can be improvements, not just maintenance. So I think they would qualify from what we know in the past. But yeah, there's just so many things. And I think Maple Island has been forgotten about for a number of years, Councillor Lamb. So thank you. I'd forgotten to mention it, even though I know we've spoken about it. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, real quick, I'd just like to point out that we also have a baseball diamond that we haven't touched in probably a decade.
Yeah.
Right? And Maple Island, the Commons area, most definitely. Maple Island kind of gets forgotten about almost as much as Ardbeg gets forgotten about, in my opinion, which is why I keep bringing up about that section of road that we were supposed to do. And we all got calls last year and the year before about people complaining about the dust, and we were supposed to fix up that section of road, and we never did. So I'll just throw that out there again.
Councillor Woods, that was the Maple Island gravel treatment, I think. Am I correct?
Yeah, it was from the store in, because we had stripped the section of road all the way down. We took all the hard top off. And there was a lot of complaints last year about the dust because how close the houses are, and then the traffic that you get up and down the road. And that was part of our roads need study and our plan, and it got deferred. That we were supposed to surface treat that area, right? From what I remember. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure we had a good conversation with David Creaser about that. There was a couple of residents out there that inundated, I know Dave and myself with phone calls last year about it too.
Okay, thanks. Are we, oh, Councilor Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, I also think that there was a request for swings, and I don't know if that's being considered. That was, someone had mentioned that, swings at the playground here.
Oh, it's here. Yeah, that's part of that.
Commons? Or is there anything up there that, like, I'm not sure what all that people would like to have up there, but maybe we can, just remember we consider it too.
Okay, thanks. Well, there are lots of ideas for projects. I guess, we would have to. Somebody will have to go back and look at the details of some of these things. Rec can certainly discuss, I mean, there has been discussions about this, but I guess there's this, yeah, but this area here, right, the playground in Dunchurch, the only thing, I guess rec was kind of trying to get a sense of whether this was something that council would want to fund or not before they would then start a project to look at the details of exactly what would be put in and what would it cost and that sort of thing. So, you know, anyway, and the same could apply to the baseball diamond. It has been maintained, but nobody was using it. And the explanation that I was given for that is that in the summertime, the area is quite buggy with mosquitoes and black flies and so on. And so when the last time that they attempted to organize some baseball there, people were that's quite a few years ago now, but people were driven nuts. So it would have to be cleaned up, but they keep cutting grass in there and maintaining the area where you would play. Our staff have been doing that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I had a call from Jim Shedden 2 or 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I think he might be coming to council, or he was thinking of coming to council in March as a delegation. And they have a ball team in Magneto, and I think he wanted to try to set up a ball team for White Stuff, right?
Yeah.
Would use ballpark as their home park, sort of, right? And that would be interesting. I guess we could probably form a team. Mayor could be the back catcher. I could play third base. Not only good.
Yeah, that'll work.
But anyway, I know that just when you mentioned ballpark, I
Yeah.
just thought of that call. So thank you. Is he coming? Did he ask for a delegate? Do we know? Or first I've heard of it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Well, are there any other questions or comments on this page?
So
If not,
the fire pumper thing that was gonna be a fire pumper rescue, but the 20,000 in here, oh, Bob's not too. The 20,000 is for the ambulance, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So we're not putting in anything into a fire pumper reserve, which was 100 grand, like that, taken out. Yes, yeah.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, just on what.
So, into the fire pumper reserve of 100,000. This is an actual acquisition for a fire vehicle for 20,000.
Oh, but what, like in this budget, are we allocating 100,000 toward the fire pumper?
Yeah,
Where, oh,
it is. You can see that on the, reserve schedule. On the next page, you'll see the 2025 draft budgeted transfer in of $100,000.
Well, I read last time we were discussing this as a reluctance to do that. We just got a fire pump. But I have made, hopefully I'm not confused, but we just bought one last year. It's good for 25 years or something. And I don't think we should be putting $100,000 away from that. I mean, our fire department is important. We've invested in it. We continue to, get an ambulance and that sort of thing, but I don't think now is the time to start putting $100,000 away. For 25 years, we'll have $2.5 million, in that fund. I don't see it. So, I'd like to see that removed or put 25,000 in or something. And then again, increase our reserves that can be used in other areas in the municipality and not sitting there for a pumper 25 years from now.
Through you, your worship, I think with respect to that, it was initially, drawn into the budget as a fire pumper reserve, but as Barb spoke about earlier, I think that is going to get combined into an equipment and a vehicle and equipment reserve. It's just right now it's labeled as a fire pumper reserve, right? So if you want, we can it won't be. Right now, the way it's written, it looks like it is. But that's going to become an equipment and vehicle reserve for all of our vehicles, right?
All the vehicles in the
So,
municipality.
and if you take it out, you're basically shortchanging the asset management.
That's
So
fine.
I think it's a matter of just relabeling that,
Okay, that's
relabeling
fine. Okay, I'm good with that.
And through you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Mayor.
just for clarification, I still don't see the 20,000. What I see there is 100,000, which I understand, but listen, where did
20,000 is in fire, replace, rescue one, 20,000 on page
Wow.
6.
that's that's a purchase, yeah.
Yeah,
I
through-
on
through
I'm
you,
on page 6, but
It's right under fire, first line. Replace, rescue one. That's the ambulance.
Yeah, so through you, your worship, we're talking about sort of two different types of expenditures, one being a contribution to the reserve of 100 and one being a $20,000 purchase.
If we're going to put 100,000 into reserves for equipment of all types in the municipality, I'm in favor of that, but I don't want to tag it as,
Fire.
something that's 25 years out and say, well, you can't use that because that's for a pumper 25 years from now. There's lots of time to consider the pumper, right? And, but we're going to have other vehicles that are going to come up that we use 100,000 for before we buy a pumper, right? And we need a grader or we need a whatever type of equipment, right? So, thank you.
But just to be clear, nobody is arguing that we should not replace rescue one, or are you?
I'm all for the ambulance, the 20,000 for the ambulance. I just don't think we should be putting 100,000 tag for a pumper.
Yeah, okay, so I get you.
through you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bray's had her hand up here, Councillor.
No problem.
Yeah, I think last time I had mentioned that there will be other vehicles as well in the fire department that may need to be replaced, so that it's probably better to be just labeled as equipment because and vehicle and equipment because we have our truck 10 is getting fairly full and we don't, I don't know what else we're going to do. So I think that when I explained that, we were fairly agreeable to the fact that there would be other equipment.
Okay, so.
Councillor Nash.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, a couple things on the reserve. First of all, for the fire equipment reserve that money's being spent on the 2014, 8 and 2, I think I said it at the first meeting. I think
the fire department is one of the few departments in our municipality that has done a very good job on the reserve funding in the past. Even though we had to take out a $200,000 loan, they'd still managed to put in almost $450,000 into the pumper reserve before we need to get the new one. And I personally think that we definitely do continue to need to put in money into a fire department reserve, and whatever we do, we shouldn't just have one general reserve that becomes a slush fund. I think you might have a reserve for all of the works department and a reserve for all of the fire department, but to take what the fire department's been doing, and if you look at their reserves on page 7, this year they're taking out $44,000 for all the things they're going to purchase, and they still have $32,000 left. They have $50,000 in a forest fire reserve because there's an insurance deductible, and what they're trying to do with the $100,000 is to put $100,000 away a year, knowing that every 20 years we are supposed to get a new pumper. It went 25 years this time, but it's not just one emergency vehicle we have 2 fire trucks. So that's kind of assuming that each one would be about $1 million to replace. Maybe that number can come down to 80,000, but I think they've actually been doing a very good job putting money away so that there isn't a $750,000 loan right now. And then when I go down to the next line on that reserve, roads equipment reserve, $50,000, no, $92,000, $92,000 for all of our roads vehicles. When we keep being told we're going to need a new grader, that's $800,000. That just goes to show that some departments do such a better job of putting money into reserves than others, and why a fire department is doing a good job of it as doing one general number. So I'd like to see, whenever that asset management plan comes out, I would gladly speak to the consultants and say, is it possible to do a fire reserve, a roads department reserve, a overall capital reserve? And I'm sure they're going to say, yes, we don't need 5 for fire. And maybe $100,000 isn't quite needed. Maybe it can be reduced to 80,000. But I do think we need to keep putting money away. And this is the start, so we don't have the issues that we're having year after year of taking so much money out of our reserves when we're putting it in, so our overall number's so low. A couple years ago, we put, I think it was 500,000 in reserves, but we took 650 out, so we were negative equity in reserves. So what the fire department's doing here is trying to correct what we've been doing wrong in the years past. So I fully support seeing a large number there for fire department pumper reserve, but maybe it could be reduced to 80,000 if the fire department chief feels that that would still be appropriate in 10 to 12 years time for replacement of the tanker trucks. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So is there anything else, or are we done with this? Can we?
Mr. Mayor, I just forgot one thing, sorry, about the fire department. It says replace oil furnace station 2, $8,000. And I guess my question is this furnace broken, or is it just the furnace is 18 years old and we need to replace it? And if the answer is it's 15 years old and we just need to replace it, do we just not wait until it breaks down? I'm not sure if the fire chief's in the room to answer that today.
He's not, but I think Council Gray will answer.
Try, I'm up on it as probably Chief Whitman is. But I'm not sure about where it came in the asset management plan, but there was a requirement. We may be having difficulties with servicing it. I know that me personally, John and I were not able to find someone who would service an oil tank and oil furnace. So I think we can look into it and find out what it is. My suggestion And this is, along the lines of, our, improving our energy uses to figure out if we are going to replace it, let's replace it with something that's going to be more energy efficient for us and in the long run, save us money than an oil furnace. Anyways, that's all I can say.
Mr. Mayor, can I chime in on that there? I just for a quick second.
Go ahead.
I had a conversation with our fire chief the other day, and I asked him specifically about that. And he said to me just what Councillor Bray said, they're having a hard time finding someone to do any service work on it. And you're supposed to get, your furnace looked at every year, 2 years. I said to him, I don't understand why, if we're buying oil from somebody, they're supposed to have a technician that comes out to check your tank and service the unit. So Bob was going to look into that. I mean, if it needs replaced, it needs replaced. It is what it is. But I know I had an oil furnace for a very long time, my old house in Hamilton, and it was about 40 years old. And there's only 3 things that ever goes wrong with them. Now, they might be not the most energy efficient, or they're dirty because they burn oil, but they're basically bulletproof. You do minor maintenance on them and they last forever. So just to keep that in mind, I'm not above changing it, but if we got to remember that building, everything that we change, eventually that building's reached its end of life, because it's just basically a pole barn, right? So how much do we want to put into it when we know that eventually we're going to have to replace that? I'll just leave everyone with that comment to think about.
Thank you. That's great.
Yeah, and I agree with you, through Mr. Mayor, I agree with you, Councillor. I would say that if we're going to replace it, we want to make sure it's something that we can move elsewhere if we need to.
Councillor Nash, we're picking up, thank you.
Okay, so if I may go back to this fire thing, because I still think it's, whether it's 80 or 100 grand, we shouldn't be terming it as a fire comfort. So we're gonna put $100,000, if I understand this right, you do a reserve for something that's 25 years out. But yet, the next line in here says fire vehicle equipment. So I imagine that's all the other vehicles in the fire department. We're putting $10,000. It doesn't make any sense to me. If we had one account that said fire equipment, and it was $75,000 that we were putting in, I could probably live with that. But we got this backwards, people. Are we saying that fire vehicles are not going to have any? More than, we've only got $44,000 in all the rest of the equipment. It doesn't make sense to me, right? Why are we putting, anyways? We'll know where.
Yeah, I got the impression before our treasurer answers, I got the impression that the intent here was to repackage these reserves somewhat.
Well, into one big account for everything is what I heard, and then I heard Councilor Nash say he's not for that. I agree that we have one big account for that. I think our treasurer is recommending. But I still feel strongly we shouldn't be using $100,000 of our reserves just put towards the pump for 25 years from now.
Councillor Lamb, I totally support what you're saying, Councillor Lamb, that if we combined all of the fire departments combined and said 75,000, I'd be perfectly fine with that. As I said, maybe not 100, but it comes down to 80. I'd just like to see that we still have a fire department reserve, but I'm totally on board with reducing from 3 or 4 reserves.
Instead of having 100,000 and 10,000, that would become a total of 75, and it would just say fire department vehicle reserve or something for that.
Yeah, or exactly, Councillor Lamb, or just fire department reserve, period.
Sure.
Right, I'd be very happy with that.
75, so 25 and 10, 35 remains in reserves, but can be applied elsewhere, right, if we need it, because we're going to eventually, right? We're not doing projects this year, so the more that we put into reserves that we can use next year, will help the tax rate be cushioned, right? And, so I talked too much on this.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. What would other counselors feel of doing that if we lowered 110,000 for the fire department reserves to 75 and just had it as one line item for the fire department instead of the 3 or 4 that we have now? Would the other counselors and mayor be on board with doing that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, we can certainly do that. I think what you got to understand though is by dropping that to 75,000, you should then increase one of the other contributions to reserves, say the asset management one. Otherwise, you're simply shortchanging your
Yeah.
reserves at the end of the day, right?
Yeah,
So-
you can add 35. to
And
asset
I think
management reserve.
part of the confusion about this is we're working off of a current list of reserve funds that is likely to change in the future and get consolidated in some way, shape or form. But we haven't seen the report yet, so we don't know exactly how it's going to get consolidated. So I think you're kind of splitting hairs, but I think you want to keep the full amount that's going to reserves
Absolutely.
in the budget one way, shape or form, whether you call it a fire pumper or a fire equipment reserve, you still want to keep the balance there.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, that's it. Nice.
Yeah, I suppose, and I just still think we should perhaps give our treasurer an opportunity to respond to some of this, but the problem with having one giant reserve is that we're gonna be endlessly questioning, well, what's actually in there? Like how did you decide what the right amount was? I mean, I guess you can say, well, we did have consultants come and tell us about various parts about it. But we still have discretion I mean, a good example is, the road study says, well, you should put this much gravel on this road and this much gravel on this road. But every year what we do is we look at that with a grain of salt and we say, well, or a grain of sand, I guess it is. And we say, we don't think we really need that much for this road and that road and whatever. So, it's council still has some discretion. But, I think there is an argument to be made for keeping a separate reserve for fire department equipment because then we know that the fire chief is going to look at his equipment and he's going to come and say, well, this is what I need. So I think council then will have an understanding of what needs to be replaced when. And the same with the vehicles for the roads department and the road superintendent or public works manager is going to know what needs to be done and is going to have an opinion as to whether those reserves are adequate in the same as it goes on with bridges and roads and so on. So I guess what I'm trying to do is to make it easier. I agree that we should repackage the reserves, but I think we should do it in such a way that it makes it easy for councilors and the public, if you like, to understand on like what's included in what. Whereas if we have one giant reserve with everything in it, then we're going to go through this sort of endless debate every year about, well, where did you get that number? And is this in it? Is that in it? Go on. That's right.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, could I suggest then we not worry about what the name is and how we're packaged at this point until we find out what the asset management plan, what the consultants say. Why don't we reduce the 100,000 to 65,000? Leave the 10 in for fire vehicle equipment. It's still the 75 and it's still the same. And then you can add the money back into the money that's taken out of there, back into the asset management reserves. And then that money, that 25,000, whatever, will come out of, the money will come out of our budget, the fire department budget. How's that?
But the 35 that you save, I would be putting into roads equipment reserve. where there's very little money appears, right? 92,000, we're doing very little. Is roads equipment? Is that the vehicles in the roads department? Is that what we're talking about? Like
I don't have, I'm not gonna say where that money should.
well, I think
I mean, it can go there or can go in asset management reserves because, but anyways, that would be my suggestion. Go to 65,000, 10,000, that's your 75. And then that will,
so does that restrict us in the future if they say, oh, I need that piece of equipment, but all the money's over here for pumper, and we draw it out of the pumper reserve to use for other things? I want flexibility, and if by separating them, we cut down on our flexibility, then I'm not for it. So that's a question of our treasurer.
Yeah, can we get? I'd like our treasurer to respond, and also, I guess the question that I would be asking is, are you expecting between now and the final approval of this budget to get some clarity on some of these things in terms of what we think should be in our asset management plan? And is there still more information to come, or are we working with what we have in front of us now, and we're not gonna get any more before we approve the budget? That's a separate question.
Mayor, you'll see on the page where we talk about the preliminary asset management study findings, the amounts there, that we're showing for the grants, OSIP, gas tax funded to the asset management and fire pumper and the equipment. In the study, those were considered by the consultant to be sustainable funding that we have in the budget every year. They didn't necessarily think of it as just for one thing or another. They just said, this is your operating budget. This is the amount of money that you have in your operating budget that you're putting into your savings every year. It's sustainable. So when they talked about an average of a 1.1 million draw requirement, again, that's an average. So some years it's going to be higher, some years it's going to be lower. The more you break up your reserves, the more often you're going to have one reserve in a deficit position and one reserve in a positive position because because your capital requirements aren't necessarily aligned with a specific amount that's going into a specific reserve. So flexibility would be to have one or two more general reserves that you would be pulling money out of and putting money into. There's no reason why you can't have a reserve in a deficit position. It just looks odd in the way you're looking at it. To go on to, I'm afraid I forgot the next question.
So, well, my question was, have two accounts, as Councillor Bray has suggested, which is, still has 35,000 to be allocated somewhere. Does that cut down on our flexibility, as opposed to having one account that says fire equipment reserve, right? And whatever you need, that's part of the reserve, right?
Totally discretionary reserves at the whim of council. You can move, change
Okay.
to whatever.
Okay.
Any of it is totally discretionary.
Okay.
Through you, your worship, I think the other part of the question was whether you would have a firm idea of the asset management plan requirements prior to adopting this budget. And I would suggest that, we'll have a draft document, but I don't think we will have had time to have a presentation from the consultants and fully adopt their report. So I think you're going to be adopting this budget with only preliminary information from that report.
And if I might, Mr. Mayor, I think if I'm correct, and council corrects me if I'm wrong, but I think it was 2 years ago, part of the initial asset management plan, we used to have a lot more reserve accounts, and they've already been combined into a much smaller list now. Or maybe Barb, you'd remember that? I think it was a couple of years ago that a number of items came off and there was a bunch of transfers done. And that's what created the larger asset management reserve. Am I right, Barb, that was already done once?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, and I think what we're as council is just saying is, yeah, it's okay to have one big account for asset management reserves, but we as council will probably still want some headings in different reserves, which we can always pull from, as you said, but like the fire department reserve, I think is a great example. I know one reserve we can't pull and move money back and forth, for example, is a parkland dedication reserve fund. That's separate, and that's supposed to be a totally separate account. Am I correct, Barb, on that one?
You are correct again.
Well, we beat this to death, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what we're going to do, but it sounds to me like there's going to be some further consolidation of the reserves. Is that correct?
Well, I read it that we're gonna put 75 in total between the fire pumper. We're gonna leave the 10, that 100,000 is gonna become 65,000. And therefore, we, if you will, move 35,000 into asset management reserve. Right? And I think
Keeping the
that's
balance.
where council's going, which is basically what Council Bray said, right?
We're going to have a single fire department equipment reserve
It's gonna be,
of 75,000.
no, well, I've heard that, but I guess her suggestion is we go 65 and leave the 10 in. But, you know, I'd rather.
Sorry, Councilor Gray is gonna.
That's really distracting. All I was suggesting is because we don't know what the asset management final plan is and what the consultants are suggesting, I just was trying to keep it simple and the same.
Sure.
It'll probably get changed. It'll probably be one eventually. It'll be an vehicle and equipment fund possibly, and that's fine. I'm happy with that. I just think that for right now, till we know what they're going to say, it's best just to leave those two lines, and then we can combine them later.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just, yeah, for clarity, we're not, I think that is the direction that we will go. We will be consolidating or changing the names of some of these reserves, but we're not doing that right now. We're gonna leave them as is and just shift around the balances.
But the bottom line is we're still gonna end up with 2,063,866 in
Right.
reserves,
Yeah.
right? So, okay, what's next?
And can I just say one more thing, not to beat a dead horse to death? I just saw one item in the reserves that if we're talking about where to put this 35,000 or so that's gonna come from the fire department, instead of it going into the asset management general reserves, could we think about putting it, I had further in our meeting today, I'd flagged landfill reserves, which we have at $10,000 going in this year. I think we all know that landfills are gonna be a very big issue in the time to come. We're gonna have to really invest some capital funds to do something. So would council be okay if we put that $35,000 extra into the landfill reserves, which again is gonna show to the public, if we can transfer it out if we have to later to something else, but it's gonna show that we are thinking about the landfills. We're not increasing the reserve number, we're just taking it from the fire department and really putting it to the landfills. Could that be a possibility if council might be open to that instead of just general asset management reserve fund?
I'm okay with that, as long as we don't cut back on our flexibility. That's,
Mhm. I'm okay with that.
okay, let's move on.
Yeah, I mean, it's just optics. I guess at this point. Anything else about the main body of the introductory pages, the 8.5 by 11 pages of the report? Are we done with that?
Well, I just want to make sure the one, I'm now on page 8. Want to make sure that, like you say, the surplus, and again, there's a lot of things that need to happen, is 257,120. If that stayed at that amount, that money would go into a reserve, right? Which would be on top of the 2 million. So we'd end up with 2,200,000, 2,300,000. Is that correct? So we'll add whatever the surplus is to the reserve.
Mr. Mayor, when the time comes that the auditors actually report the surplus to you,
Yeah,
you could propose an amendment to the budget, which would be to move that money to the reserve.
okay. Yeah, because I'm not in support of supporting our operating budget with the surplus from last year. Otherwise, it's just gonna catch up with, as you said in your presentation, right? Well, if next year you don't have the 257, where are you gonna come up with it, right? And, so, and I think overall we end up with 2.3 million in our reserves. That's pretty good compared to where we started. We're moving more to where we could be, so, yeah, that's all I have on page 8. That's all I have on the whole report, except for the line item.
Okay,
Are we stopping for lunch or not?
well, that was my next question. Are we ready for lunch this morning? Yes?
So, probably in about 5 minutes, we'll have the bread warmed up. But yeah.
All right, well, if you would like to, if you'd like to take a break, we could say we'll have a half an hour for lunch and, we'll resume at a 1:45 and pick up we'll start into attachment A here. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, just one thing, I'm going to be done at 5 o'clock, because, I'm meeting for the Art Day, True Tuesday pancake dinner.
That's where I'm trying to go to.
To help support them, because the spaghetti dinner was, a bad night for weather, and they didn't have. So as many people who can go, it would be great, thanks.
I'm going.
Well, I'm hoping that we would be done lots before that. We've seen a lot of these numbers, so I don't think we need already, we don't need to go back and and turn up every single line in here. Anyway, yeah, let's, I'll declare a recess and,
I love Doug Ford.
what's that?
I said, I love Doug Ford. He says that in an astounding statement, he said, the tariffs are a very dumb things to do. I would have thought he could say something better.
Well, yeah, okay, so, I guess has the recording been, is the recording turned off? Guess we don't know.
It's still recording.
Are we still recording?
Yes.
Could you stop the recording, please? Hey, thank you, everybody. We are now back after our break. Councillor Nash apparently is tied up for a few minutes, but I thought we could start, and when he gets back, we'll move into the rec committee, so he doesn't miss any of that discussion, and he can raise whatever items we've already covered. You can hear us, Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I can hear you okay, Mr. Mayor.
We're now working on attachment A, which is the detailed items, and I will simply say, but to reiterate what I said earlier, I hope that we don't have to go through every particular item that's on this list. We're hoping to be done out of here before 5 o'clock. But if you would like, we can start going down the list, identifying items that are of concern. And this is in the detailed budgets. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just have a couple on page 10 or
Yeah.
page. And again, item 15, 346-5, which is the sale of scrap metal. I know we've talked about going out again to tender, getting hopefully a better return on our dollar. But anyway, 20,000, we actually took in 28,000 last year, and we've got 20 in again. So I see no reason that we can't increase our revenue to 28,000. What makes us, unless we have what makes us think we're not gonna be at 28,000 again this year, or even more? So I would suggest that become 28,000.
Does anyone have, anyone have an answer as to why we didn't? Why that's not right?
Because there's 8 grand we saved.
Okay, so we're gonna be optimistic and put them back to 28.
Well, that's what we had last year. Sometimes we had budgets, what it was the year before or whatever, but I see no reason that our scrap metal wouldn't be at what it was last year. So good. The only other thing I said is 15,510, which is aggregate resources grant. And I know it's gone. It was 6,000. What happened there? What was that grant and why did it gone? Was it just a 1-year grant or something? We don't know. Okay, well, that's glad enough for the budget. Okay, that's all I have on.
I'm pretty sure that it was, that I saw something from the provincial government that it was being discontinued, but
Okay,
I'm sorry, I can't provide more details than that.
that's all I have on page 10. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
so
Councilor.
I just want to talk a little bit about the scrap metal there. I mean, if we want to raise it up to 28 for potential revenue, that's fine, but I don't think any of us are going to know what's going to happen with scrap, because most of our scrap in the country gets sold outside of the country, and that's where all the money was coming from, right? The high prices of scrap metal. So depending on what happens with the US and tariffs, and we don't really know for sure. So I mean, that might be just the one that we want to put up to 28. I don't have a problem with it. I just want to throw that little bit of information out there. We don't exactly know what's going to happen with that.
Okay, that's a good point. All right, anybody else on page 10? About page 11?
I just have one quick one. I don't want to change it. It says council insurance, 16093-1 under council. Not a lot of money, it's $2,800. What is that for?
We think it's liability insurance, is it like,
It's like errors or omissions or something for us, isn't it?
go ahead, answer.
What is
Madam
that?
Treasurer?
There's our general municipal policy is all of the council coverages. So that would be whatever the coverages or the council would be liability, and there's all the other things in there. We can do more details, but
Oh, that's okay. It's not like a benefit,
no, it's part of our overall.
overall insurance that you're.
Like director's liability,
Okay.
if I'm right about it, yeah. Councilor Ray, did you? No. Okay.
Again, there's a line up here, what do they say? Penalty interest, it says 60,000, we brought in 72, well, you got it at 65, so I guess that's okay. That's it, maybe make it at 70, but the interest rates are going down, so. Okay, I'm fine, that's all I have on that day.
Anybody else on page 11? Okay, how about page 12?
So I don't think 16,120 admin legal fee. It's 70, I'm gonna go over here. It's 75,000 was last year's budget, we spent 52, and then we suggested we put it up to 100. I don't think it needs to be 100. Some of the legal things that have been enclosed where we're, employing the lawyer, we'll talk about the specifics of any of that, but I don't think it's gonna be 100,000, so that I think can at least go back to 75,000 and save us 25,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this came about because there was a suggestion in the last meeting that it should be 100, but I didn't get the sense that there was agreement on that, unfortunately. And
Yeah, well, it ended up with 100, and I just don't think
Yeah,
that
and
it-
I would support putting it back to 75 in the hopes that.
Well, there's 25,000. We're getting,
We won't get carried away with that.
yeah, we're trying to reduce your tax increase here.
I just got a bill in the mail today, so.
No, that's last year. We haven't set this year's. Anyway, okay, so is it okay with everyone if we knock that back to 75? Okay, but Brian, you okay with that or what?
Sure, yeah, if you guys want to keep it at 75, it's okay.
Okay, and the next line is 16,131 admin HR contingency. 35,000, we spent 6,400 last year. We're putting in 35,000 again. I don't, like, we don't. Where did our legal fees for collective bargaining we did a couple of years ago? Is that in this account? Because we don't have any collective bargaining, we have a 4-year contract, so that, so Tom Agnew is there, this was just, I don't know what exactly is in legal expenses versus HR contingency. That's, I guess, my question, right?
But I guess our CAO or our treasurer could respond to what my understanding of that is not that it's legal fees, it's
Like searches?
it's paying for searches, paying for, additional expenses that we would have as a result of. I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would agree that that's, at least that's what the costs are in there for 2024. And I would expect that that's what they would be used for in the future. I would agree with Councillor Lamb that we could certainly knock that budget down.
Could we make it 25,000? Because
Even 20, to be honest.
20, there's another 15,000. There we go. It's on 40,000. That's over a 1% tax increase right there. So HR contingency becomes 20,000. And because we did the searches like for you, Nigel, and for the treasurer, et cetera, by, just going on websites really, and you don't even have to put them in papers, there aren't any papers gonna be fun. So, we're a pretty hands-on group, and, we could have paid tens and tens of thousands of dollars to recruit you if we used a recruiting firm, right? And we didn't. I'm proud of that. So, 20 grand is
Yes, and
good by me.
through you, your worship, we try to continue that practice really. With our current recruitments, we're minimizing the expenses that we're spending there. So I wouldn't expect to see a large amount. It is a contingency, so it's, in case something happens unexpected. So I do think you want to leave some money there.
Yeah.
But I think 20 is adequate.
Perfect. That's all I have on that page.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Nash. I'm back on the call.
Okay, thank you. We have got so far, Councillor Nash, we're just on page 12 now, but we decided to try to get items that people have had. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'll tell you what We'll tell you what we've done so far, and then you have some items from those pages, we'll let you raise them. There was no change on pages 10 or 11.
Yes, there was, yes, there was. The first thing we did was we put the scrap metal from 20,000 up to 28,000 on page 10. So we in essence saved
Okay.
8,000 there, so, that's the one move.
Okay, sorry, that's right.
And then I can very quickly just go through it. We cut the legal, Councillor Nash back to 25,000,
75.
or 75,000 from 100,000.
16-120.
So that's in essence, we
Yep.
saved 25 there, and we cut the HR contingency, we cut it by 15,000, so it's down to 20,000. So those
Oh,
are the
okay, and if,
three things we did so far.
okay, so I'll just, if you might indulge me, sorry, I wasn't able to get on until now. So the admin, legal, I'm totally in support of that. I actually had here 16-120, lower back to same as 2024 budget, 75K, even though I think we increased it at the last budget meeting to 100K. So I'm totally in support of that. The scrap metal thing, I think that's using realistic numbers. That's great. The HR contingency, totally support the number that you guys are saying as well. The only item that you guys may have passed that I had highlighted on page 11, I just want to make sure I have the page number right. Page 11 was 16-094, and that's the health spending benefits. And I know I'd spoken about it the last meeting, and I think right now we'd said it would be a 2% increase. As we know, that's a lump sum amount. Then there's a little admin and handling charge that my HSA charges the municipality for processing claims. I'd just propose that we increase that again. I'd suggested in the first meeting, if my notes are correct here, of increasing it back up by $750, but maybe if council might indulge me, we say $500 more instead of the 2%. I'm just trying to get it back up to the number when we first spoke about it a couple years ago to get it there. So I don't know if we could have a straw vote on what councilors would think to increase it by the $500 plus admin cost to that number. That's the only thing I had on page 11. So I don't know what other councilors might think of that, but I know I brought it up at the first meeting. I'm just going to bring it up again. That's all.
I guess I'm inclined to stick with, we had this discussion once, and I'm inclined not to redo it, I guess, so my answer, but what others think. Effectively, this is raising the amount of the benefit itself, which, whatever you raise, however amount you raise the benefit, you are raising the budget by theoretically by 5 times that, right? Yep.
Yeah, and in response, I totally agree. Yeah, it would be 500 times 5 counselors, 2,500 plus admin, maybe it's $3,000. And in the last 3 minutes, we've also saved $50,000 from our budget, right? And we're putting more money into reserves than ever before. Council hasn't really, I'm going to say, gotten a raise per se, other than cost of living. But I'm asking for this as a health spending account increase to be in line with what I proposed 3 years ago, right? So I don't know what the remaining councilors might think of that. That's all. I'd ask just if everybody can comment, and if I get outvoted on it, no problem whatsoever. But the 2% is only like a $30 increase, right? Or thereabouts.
It would be 2% of the 3,500, right? Which is $70.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no one else is speaking on this.
I'm not going first, so I'd like to hear the other two councils. Sure.
You wish to weigh in? No. Consider it a straw vote if you don't like. Yes or no?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Woods.
I'm having a hard time hearing you there. It's kind of garbled. Well, why don't we do this? Because, Councillor Nash wants us to basically have a straw poll on that. Why don't we see how much money we can actually save the taxpayers and still keep service levels up? And then if we honestly think that we could do a $2,500 increase to the budget to give council members some more health benefit, why don't we talk about it then? Because this is obviously something that, I know when Councillor Nash brought it up at the last meeting, and then he was out for part of the meeting for his appointments. We did the 2% increase, and Councillor Nash didn't really get much discussion involved there. So I would suggest we go through the budget, see how much money we can actually save, while still doing everything that we need to do, and then see what the rest of council thinks. Because I know everybody's in the mindset of let's cut where we can right now, right? Maybe you'd be more comfortable making the decision about $3,000 at the end.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
Yeah, I would be in agreement with that as well, but I'm also curious as to, what sort of that, I didn't see. Thank you.
Well, I'll weigh in now that others have. I've been on council 18 years, and the only, other than a cost of living increase, haven't had any increases, right? And I don't know who's been in the job for 18 or 19 years and never had a raise. And other councils see going to put their council remuneration up by $9,000 recently. I'm not embarrassed at all, and I wouldn't be embarrassed to go before the taxpayer. I work for minimum wage in this municipality. I spend hours every day on the phone, and those people that want to run for council, that most people come on, say afterwards, I have no idea it's this much work. And if you want to bring her on and run for election. So I'm not embarrassed with this, with this proposed increase at all. But I'd also point out, it's not being used. It was 21,725. It's going to spend 17,000 of that, right? So by adding the $500, doesn't mean it's going to be spent, because that's on top of everything else. So it couldn't go unspent, right? But we do have young families like Councillor Woods, who's got 2 kids, and Councillor Nash has kids, and I'm a retired guy, but anyway, so not embarrassed if we put this through what I'm saying. But, that would be my stance on it.
Okay, well, we're gonna, I think we're gonna wait till we see where we are.
We're gonna come back to this, Aaron?
Well, okay, see how much we actually, if we'll keep a running toll of, so is there anything else on page 12? No? All right, let's look at page 13. We're in the.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, sorry about that. I just had a quick question on page 12.
Sorry?
One item on page 12 I had just a question about.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor.
The 16-150, office heat hydro. If we actually only spent $3,200, is there a reason we wanted at $7,200 for heat and hydro?
Question? I know the answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't necessarily have an answer, but it looks like there's a budget just below that for building maintenance, which had no budget, so that one could assume that that might be miscoded. So it would raise it by $900, by $1,000. but still, we can do a review of the account and likely save a few thousand there.
That's great.
I think we're building needs and, but we spent money last year, but we don't have anything there now. Here was the office building maintenance, right?
Councilor Nash, your phone is making a lot of noise. Can you mute it, please, when you're not talking?
Yeah, sure. And just to let you know, I'm having a really hard time hearing Councillor Bray now. I think Councillor Wood said something. It's almost the same as the last meeting. As soon as we had the lunch break, the sound, I don't know if something's changed during the lunch break, but a very hard time hearing Councillor Bray speak now.
I would just have to make sure that the mics are close when, around mics are close when people are speaking, that's all.
So why don't we just reduce this to 5,000 from 3,200? That can include both accounts. So that's 2,200.
I'm okay if, let's see.
Get right into the right thing.
I found municipal building maintenance, well, that's a lot. That's a lot. So, yeah, facilities part. The money that is in there.
I'm not sure. This may be something that we need to make an adjustment to the chart of accounts. It's possible that there's more than one place things can go.
Yeah, and we could,
The treasurer will gonna respond.
Mr. Mayor, it looks as though previous years it was running around 7,000, so I'm not sure why it's sitting at 3,205 for the actual, so we might want to take a look at that. It may be, it was allocated to the wrong.
Could we just ask to have the item review? Yeah, please, and so that we don't, there's all that's.
And the building maintenance, well,
Oh, yeah, the building maintenance should be, I think, should be part of that. 931, which is disappeared out of there. Okay, are there any others on these, on page 12? Well, page 13. Okay, our fire chief is, his hand up.
Through Mr. Mayor, just one thing here, 16, station 2.
Hold the mic close, please, Bob, if you don't mind.
16 to 62, station 2 internet for $2,000. We don't have internet.
Or a community center, I would.
Really, so you guys spend a Starlink. So we don't use the internet, so I don't see why that needs to be there.
Are we paying for the, it was at the fire hall and it got moved to the community club, is that
So
correct?
it's still at the fire hall. You put Starlink at the community center.
So,
Do you still have it at the fire hall?
Yeah, we don't use company computers as station, just want to say, exactly because I'm here. You don't have computers at the fire hall. And, you put Starlink at the community center, right?
but you need to have, when you are there, you got a computer in your rescue one or whatever, if you were over there,
I don't have a computer much more.
don't you?
We just,
So what I'm saying is that we just take it right out of there.
Is the public Do they park in front of the fire hall, the people who don't have?
You go to the community center.
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
have,
I'm sure that it got moved. That was the direction that it was supposed to go, that it would be moved from the fire hall to the community center.
Yep.
Well, the budget's still in here,
yeah.
and it shouldn't be charged to the fire department.
I guess the question is, do we have the cost of the Starlink at the community center in our budget? So
I haven't seen it, no.
well, that's a reality. I don't know what we're paying for Starlink.
Your budget, by paying for Starlink is $140 a month, so you can,
So
Plus
it's a
tax.
reallocation then.
you can multiply it by 12, but are we paying it or is the community club paying it? I mean, I don't know.
I don't think we asked the community club to pay, we just
We
said,
did,
we couldn't have a meeting up there because of
That's right.
the poor internet, so we got Starlink up there, and it's not in the budget, so I suggest we take the 2,200 or whatever, just set up a new account out of the fire budget and into somewhere else that says Starlink Community Center, right? So don't save any money, but we just reallocate it.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if Councillor Woods is the same, but I can't hear a word Bob's saying or Janice. It's just all mumbled. I'm not sure. I'm going to blame you, Bob, that you came in with the radio again. But something's totally changed. I don't even know what item we're talking about. I'm hearing something to do with internet, community center, but like, Brian, are you able to hear?
There's an item in the fire budget for $2,200 for internet, and Bob is saying, we don't need it. You got, Starlink over at the community center, but there's no budget item for Starlink at the community center, so we're gonna reallocate that $2,200 to an account to pay for Starlink, at the community center up there, and we're gonna take out the internet that's there now.
Right.
That's what we're doing, and I think everyone's nodding for that.
We're not saving any money, we're just changing the chart of accounts so that it doesn't show it as fire departments, that's all.
Right.
All right?
Can you hear me okay, Councilor Nash?
Mr. Mayor, I can hear you fine and dandy. I can hear Councillor Lamb fine, and I can hear Nigel fine. But
Yeah.
Councillor Bray's mic seems to be not working the greatest, and the one that the fire chief was just using isn't coming through very clear either.
Here's Stu here.
Where I'm not sure if it's the same problem we had last time. I'm not sure if it's interference from the fire department pager service or something. But like, it's just, because I know this morning I could hear perfectly, and now like you pick up every couple words and stuff. You can't understand what's going on at the meeting. The exact same that happened last time.
you hear me now?
Nope, you're totally underwater, Bob.
Here's the mic. Can you hear me, Councillor Nash?
Very faintly.
Very faintly?
Councilor
Yeah.
Gray, can you just try speaking without the mic?
How about you, Brian?
I can hear Janice, but it's a whisper.
You hear me
Right, Jenny,
Can you hear me now, Councillor Nash?
Yep, I can hear you better
I
now,
can-
Janice.
I can also hear you better now, Janice.
Councilor Nash, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you fine, Joe.
So this is the mic that I usually have, so someone can use this one.
Can you hear me all right, Councilor Nash?
You're mumbled to me. What about you, Brian?
Yeah, same kind of thing.
I'm just talking to this mic, and you'll be fine. There's another one where Councilor Nash usually is too. But I think you have to take it out of that holder and hold it like that.
Can you hear me now?
And a little bit better. Is there? And sorry to do this, but I think it's important if anybody from the public's trying to hear. Can we try something, Bob? Could you just leave the pager just outside for a minute and just see if it's interference from the fire pager, maybe? Because I think that's what some people might have thought was like, because after some time last time it got better. And I think it was when you'd left, Bob. Is there any way to try that?
The pager was left in the kitchen, so it's not in the actual hall. Did you hear that?
Yep, and I can hear you okay now, Janice.
Okay, good.
You're just using the other new mic, but again, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I just thought it was important.
Can we,
I had no comments on that page, by the way.
all right, thank you. Can we, anybody else? Page 13, going once? Page 14. We check and see how far we're there. We're on this page. Page 14. Page 14, anything
I
on?
only have one on that page, and that's flood damage, which is 16,311. And, it was 8,000. We spent 8,000, and then we're taking it right out. And the flood damage, I don't know whether that was, like didn't we have a problem last year on East Town Line Road? Didn't we have a washout or something? The bunny trail, like, so why do we think we're not gonna have some flood damage this spring? Why do we haven't done? We took it out even though we spent the 8,000 last year, I guess.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think what the issue was, it must have been there is that when you were doing last year's budget, you must have known that expense, was going to occur. Cause I don't think it's something that we would necessarily plan for. So I think that's the reason it's been taken out.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's exactly it, Nigel. I think during the budget process, there was 2 washouts, one on East Town Road, I think you'd said, Councillor Lamb, and the other was the Bunny Trail. And I think, yeah, it was budgeted for 8,000, but I actually had a line item for it, so I'm glad you beat me to it, Councillor Lamb. And I had flood damage. Can we not, like, to me, we have a gravel number and we have a culvert number under item 16-375 and 16-337, one's culvert, one's gravel. If we had flood damage, could it just not come out of our maintenance gravel and our culverts? Because each year we allot about $25,000 worth of gravel, just as yearly maintenance gravel, right? So instead of needing a new account, I think if there is a flood, it should make sure to be itemized, but can go under our gravel number and culvert number, if that makes sense. Because I agree, most years we probably do have some type of floods. But maybe it can just be tracked in detail under gravel and culverts.
An awful lot of snow out there, and you got rain coming tomorrow, and you know, this spring it could be flooding, right? We've got to come out of somewhere. I'm not in disagreement, Councillor Nash, with what you're suggesting.
Yeah, and when we get to the gravel, I guess I'll say it now because it might make some difference here. I totally agree, Councillor Lamb. There's going to be flood damage somewhere. But right now, and again, we won't debate it now, but when we come up to it on the next page, I'll just bring something up about the gravel maintenance number and how I think it can go into 2 different accounts. So just know that's coming up, which might help answer this question when it comes up on the next page.
Okay, so we're now on page, there's nothing else, we're now on page 15. What do you have on page 15?
Yeah, I got it.
So I'll start off on the gravel, and we'll come from that, pick it up from there, but, so we spent our budget last year, 220,000, and we're budgeting the same amount this year. Why is that? Because in essence, we're going to get less gravel this year, because I don't know what the inflationary effect of gravel is, how much more expensive it is this year than last year. So are we decreasing the amount of gravel? Or is there a reason that it stayed as it as it was. Someone answer me that. Otherwise, we should be putting it up at least inflationary increase, or we're gonna end up with less gravel than we had last year. We're not gonna spread as much.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think we just put in the status quo with the lack of public works manager. That was what we put in as a placeholder. We have tendered that amount, and the amounts that the previous manager included in the tender come in at just under $200,000. But I also realize that part of the tender includes some amounts that we get a price on, but don't necessarily have a quantity yet. So basically it leaves you a little over 20,000 for those purposes. So certainly we could increase it if you like. It's
No, sir, I mean, not up to me, if staff is coming.
That was mine. I'm not sure why.
If staff's comfortable with 220, then that's fine. Like, if we tendered it, what we need, or what you think you need is 200, you got 20 left if there was an emergency, or something, right? So.
And through you, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could. So on the gravel line item, the 220 I see there, and I know we've just spoken about the number itself, but right now we have it as gravel summer maintenance. And I'd like to see that account be split into two. So we kind of have a 16-3751 and a 16-3752. And in all the maintenance contracts that sent out for gravel in the last few years, the works manager used to say, I'm looking at 2024. And this is a 5-year gravel plan. And it said, you know, we're going to spend $155,000. That was on Wawash gravel. And then gravel maintenance, annual maintenance gravel, $25,000. If you look at 23, we had annual maintenance gravel of $25,000. What was proposed for 25 was $25,000 annual maintenance. And I know what that is that's the gravel that actually gets dumped at the works yard off of the 124 there. So what I think we should have is really two items. One item, which is just the summer maintenance gravel, which is the $25,000 for the incidental gravel repairs, or a culvert which needs gravel, or some Gabion stone. And we should have a second line item, which is gravel, road improvement gravel. So kind of when we did Wawashkesh last year, that was designated for a job or improving that roadway. So I'd really like to see us break that down into two items. So we have just the general maintenance gravel, which again, everything in the last couple of years, Dave would say 25,000. And the rest is gravel road improvements. And that's the remainder of it. In answering the question Councillor Lamb said about the 220, if staff's confidence with that, that's fine. I don't mind seeing it increase a bit. But I do know from what I understand that gravel prices might have actually come down a little bit year over year because of fuel and just with the economy. So for a change, instead of going up, they've actually come down, which is a good thing. But if we do need to increase it a bit, I have no problem with that. But I don't know what councillors' take is on separating it out. Instead of just one big line item, I'd really like to see two numbers.
For you, Your Worship, if you're able to hear me, I don't want to touch my mic. We can certainly split it. In the tender, we do have I think 3 or 4 roads that were for supply and placement of the gravel. And then we have a certain amount of the gravel that is to be supplied to the public works depot or garage, and also to be a unit price on any others that we might need after the fact. So we could certainly split the tendered amounts for the 3 or 4 roads that we're doing into one budget and have the rest in another budget. It'd be no problem.
Okay, thanks, Nigel.
That all being said, we'll look at the numbers compared to the tender and it might go plus or minus 5,000, but I think it's very close.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just looking at the 5-year gravel plan, which I don't think people have.
I had it, yeah.
Nine was, but here's where if this is right, in 2024, we put $155,000 worth of gravel on Wabash Catch. I don't know where on Wabash Catch, but we put $155,000 and that was all that we did. And then we had an annual maintenance gravel of $25,000. This year, we're proposing, or according to this, $180,000, which you're saying came in at 200. But again, it's 42,000 to Wabash Catch and 24,000 to Wabash Catch, so that's 66,000 to Wabash Catch. 10,000 for Chambers Road, 4,000 for Gorham Road, so all up in that area. Then 75,000 for East Town Line Road and 25,000 for the annual maintenance travel. So although we get 220, is everyone okay, I guess, with the gravel being dispersed? Is this our plan to disperse it as for this plan? I guess is my question.
Not exactly, no. Some of it, yes, and some of it, no. And I'm, of course, going based on the recommendation that I got from the Public Works Manager. So possibly some of those may have already got done. I don't know. Some of it is on Wabash, some of it is on Edgewood Road, and some of it is along East Town Line up to Winburn Lane. So there's three roads there, and they have separate prices on each of them.
So eventually, or the next meeting or whatever we have, someone could come back to us and say, here's where the gravel's going this year.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then we'll know.
Sorry, but the tender is for gravel to be delivered to specific locations is based on the bidder delivering it to those locations.
Yes.
So if we turn around and say, oh, no, sorry, you don't put it here, you put it somewhere else, that invalidates the tender because that is a price spread on location. It's only the 25 or whatever is the stuff that goes into the dome, the sand dome over at the Works Garage that is sort of discretionary as to where it gets used. And our staff decide where they need it and they put it there as things. And if there was a flood, which started us into this discussion, or some other situation where gravel was needed someplace that wasn't planned, then that's what they would do. So the tender is based on that. And once we award the tender to somebody, then that's where they're gonna put the gravel. So I just want to make sure everybody understands how this works.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy to cut to the chase here. I'm perfectly happy with the 220,000. I don't think at this point in time we have any more information that would cause us to second guess it. So I would leave it as it is. When we get the tender in, we'll know exactly what of that is going to get spent on gravel for permanent locations, and the rest of it for predefined locations, and the rest of it is available for contingencies and as needed, and that put down and
It's true. Trying to figure out where it's going. I'm looking at the gravel plan and our CAO saying it's not going necessarily to those roads. So all I'm saying is, tell us what roads there. Someone calls me and says, is there gravel going on East Town Line Road? I can say, yeah, 75,000 or whatever it is there is. All I'm looking for is information, that's all.
And
I think what
hopefully
the
I
CAO
can-
was telling you is that the tender has been updated, the locations have been updated from the gravel plan that you're looking at. Am I?
Yeah, that's correct. And that information will be coming to council, it just hasn't got to you yet.
But until
And
now,
if
is every year.
Yeah, no, I
If I-
understand. It should, yeah, we
Anyway.
we haven't got.
if I'm
That's all I'm saying. I don't think we can. So if we get the tenders, until we deal with the tenders, we can't
Yeah.
find these numbers. That's all I'm trying to suggest.
Okay, if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, last year, I brought a big issue up with how much gravel was going on Mawashkesh Road. And I was told the excuse was, we've already tendered the tender. So we can't change it. Same as what you're saying this year.
Yep.
Why on earth are we tendering work that's not even in an approved budget? Everybody knows. Read our procurement policy. No tender is supposed to be let out in our municipality until the budget's been approved, so we don't run into this issue. Now, what's happening this year? 1,000 cubic tons of gravel. Mawashkesh Road again, because I'm looking at the tender form. You just need to pull it off our website. It's not that hard to find. 1,800 tons, Edgewood Road. 3,700 tons, East Town Line, and 2,500 tons to Balsam to our works yard. That's 120 truckloads at our works yard. Why on earth are we tendering to put more gravel on Mawashkesh Road when we must have had an hour-long discussion on it last year, and it was told that we had to do that because it was tendered, and if we have to retender, maybe we won't be able to get gravel this year. All these fictitious things were said. There should have never been a tender put out this year for gravel until our budget is approved so that we can have a discussion on where it's going instead of saying, well, it's already been tendered, so therefore it has to go to those locations.
Sorry,
No,
but
it doesn't, Mr. Mayor, let me finish. Mr. Mayor,
this way to
Mr.
make
Mayor.
sure that we could get gravel and we could get it at a decent price.
Mr. Mayor, please don't cut me off. Please don't cut me off like you do every single meeting. There's no reason we need to tender it. Gravel is gravel. Everybody in construction knows you could tender a gravel tender in May, in June, in July, in August. You'll always get gravel. The reason that you have to tender it before a budget is put out, when our procurement policy clearly states we're not allowed to do that, is wrong. Read your procurement policy, Mr. Mayor. If you want, we can go on hold and I can read you the exact part that says we shouldn't be doing this. There's no way I'm going to approve as a councillor, I might be outvoted, 1,000 tons of more gravel going on Mawashkesh Road this year. That road gets so much gravel, that area gets so much treatment, be it for docks, be it for gravel at parking areas, be it for road improvements. Enough has gone to that road for a long time. We as municipality, we as councillors can suggest to staff other roads, like what's on our 5-year plan. We can put money on Edgewood Road. That was supposed to be 2026. East Town Line is on our list for 2025. We don't need more gravel at Mawashkesh. And I'm the first to say that if that tender needs to be thrown in the garbage, have people reprice it. No problem. If somebody doesn't want to take the gravel that's the furthest location in our municipality, Lake Mawashkesh Road, and put it somewhere closer in our municipality for the same price, they shouldn't be doing the work for us. So I'm not going to be in support of this budget overall if we're approving $220,000 based on a tender that, one, should have never been tendered yet, and based on roads, which we don't have in our budget, but they've already been tendered, so everybody knows the roads. It was just being not said to us. My guess is because one of them was Lake Mawashkesh Road for 1,000 tons, and we all know the council had a huge discussion on it last year, and we were told basically that that will be it for Mawashkesh Road. Now there's another 1,000 tons of gravel. Sorry, I don't know what other councillors think of this, but this is not right, Mr. Mayor. This is not how tenders go out.
We are just discussing a budget item. We are not approving the tender for gravel. So
Right, but you're saying, so
I
should we
think the only thing that we can do today, and we have to move on, we're running out of time. If you want to change the number from 220,000, go ahead and propose to change it.
Why don't,
That's
so
all we're doing today.
I'm gonna propose a change then, Mr. Mayor. But if you're saying, you cut me off a little while ago, and if you're saying we have to hurry up for the first time today, when it's a $220,000 in Lake Wawash Road, right from Redgate Lane, which we know what road that is, onwards, is going to get gravel, and you're trying to skirt it to say, let's not talk about it. I say annual gravel maintenance should be zero. And then guess what? You won't get gravel right from your road onwards, Mr. Mayor. We can do that, and then we can just add it back into the next approved budget, or we can talk about it like adults here and say, what do councillors think? Where should this, Mr. Mayor, please don't cut me off. I've been warned of what? I'm saying we can talk like adults.
Go through this. Let people.
I'm saying we can talk like I'm saying we can talk like adults, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing wrong with what I'm saying.
Councillor Nash.
Okay. Now we're gonna get into a great big, you're out of order and all the rest of the crap.
Like
Every meeting.
let me.
That's fine,
Yeah,
it isn't necessary, but I'm not, this is.
Well, listen, it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other of mine. So let's just get back. What we're approving today, I think, is the 220,000 that I don't think anyone has a problem with. When the gravel tender comes, do we have to approve the tender? Will that come to council?
Yes, well.
Okay, when it comes to council, whether it's March or whatever, there's no gravel gonna be spread anywhere until it comes to council, and then we could determine it, instead of going to Wabash, which you're right, Councillor Nash, is way to outskirts of our community, we want it to go to Balsam Road or whatever, we can discuss that and decide that at that time. Is that not a fair way, and we can move off this point? That they don't put any gravel down until the tender comes to council and we approve it and make any changes if council desires that. Is that okay?
Makes sense to me, Councillor Lamb.
Okay, let's move on. It's 2:20 and let's move on.
Anything else on page 15?
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple if I could.
Go ahead,
Go
Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be as quick as possible. They're all vehicles. So 16394-2. The 218 Dodge Ram. So we budgeted 45 last year. We used 6,000, but now we got 10.5. This is gas for a half-ton pickup truck. Is there a reason why we're spending 10,500 in our municipality on a half-ton pickup truck for gas?
I think that would be an error, to be honest with you.
Perfect.
We could adjust that.
I was wondering, the next one would be down 16407-1.
Before we go, do you want to suggest a different number than,
Probably 6,500 would be safe.
6,500.
Would make sense to me.
Okay, so we're gonna say 4.
Okay, just trying to keep track of how much we produce here, so thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
The 16407-1, and it is the 2022, it's Dodge pickup 1-ton maintenance. We budgeted 4,500 and we spent 11,398 last year, but we're budgeting 11,500. I don't know why we would be spending basically $1,000 a month on maintenance for a 1-ton pickup truck. It's not a work truck. It's not got a dump box. It's nothing. Yeah, we run a plow on it. I get that. But what's the 11,500 for this year? Or what was it for last year? If we only, maintenance at 4,500, a brand new set of tires on that truck installed probably $2,500, $3,000. The truck's 3 years old. We got it late when we ordered it, and we don't put that many kilometers on it. So I don't understand why the maintenance bills would be so high on that. There should be no reason for that. Unless I'm completely missing something, we got to buy a new plow for it or a new salter or something, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to undertake a review of the account. I do know that it's a truck, plow, and the sander on the back. So there is more to the maintenance than just the truck, but 11,000, I'd have to review it to see what it was.
Leave it as is.
Could potentially change. Next
Okay.
one.
Next one is the grader, 16421. Grader maintenance. We budgeted 25 last year. We spent 50,036, and this year's 50,000. What, I'm just curious as to what that, I know they're expensive, and when they
Yeah.
break, they're expensive, but I was just curious as to what.
There was some greater maintenance that was planned for 2024 that didn't get done before the end of the year. They did take the grader in early in 2025, and they found considerable problems with, I'd have to get into the invoice to tell you exactly what was wrong with it. But there was a lot of mechanical things, and then they found a turbo that needed to be replaced. And basically, at the end of the day, the bill was about $44,000. So that's leaving about 6,000 for the remainder of the year.
Okay, all right, makes sense. I see those big
But
bills and they make me.
That all being said, that should be kind of a one-off year where you will then move down to more reasonable maintenance amounts.
Okay, thanks, Nigel.
If I might, just on the grader, Nigel, thanks for the explanation, 44,000. A couple of years ago, just so you're aware, Nigel, we spent, I think, 40,000 2 years ago, and then it came down to 25 last year. This grader, like the amount of maintenance is happening, like you said, maybe a turbo's out of it. I don't know if we can get second opinions going forward when we're about to spend $44,000 on maintenance on a vehicle, like a second dealership or something. This grader is just costing more, and I would hesitate to guess that we could hire a contractor to come in, grade all our roads every 2 weeks for the entire summer season. And it would cost less than 50 grand, right? This grader is just getting out of control. The cost of it, that's not even including probably 800 grand when we need to replace it, which I know Works is wanting to do. But it's just something to note. And going back up a couple lines, Councillor Woods has spoken about the 1-ton maintenance. Right below it is line item 16-408-1. Last year was budgeted 7,500 in fuel, and it goes with Brian's Councillor Woods line about the 2018 fuel for the Dodge Ram. But we spent $10,500 in fuel for a 1-ton truck that probably would be equivalent to driving 40 or 50,000 kilometers a year. So I don't know why this fuel bill is so high for that truck. Maybe staff can look into it, get back to us, but I don't think we should be budgeting for that 10,500 this year. Fuel prices are down, and 10,500 was already 25% more than was budgeted last year. I think there should be an explanation as to why it's so high. I know in the past we were provided mileage of all the municipal vehicles. Maybe we can get that for the next meeting to compare how many kilometers were put on this truck in 2024. You know, if it's 50,000 kilometers, where's everybody going with it for 50,000 kilometers? I just think we need a little bit more answer on it, Nigel. And there was one item at the very beginning of the page. I know others started the page. Item 16-337, bridges, culverts, goods and services. And I know this is really in the past, our past works manager has said that that's for culverts. We spent $8,000 on culverts. I think when people drive past the works yard, you can see the big pile of culverts that are there by the salt dome. So I'm just wondering why it's been increased, doubled to $15,000. Is there a specific job that we have a lot of culverts on that we're not aware of, Nigel?
No, for you, Mr. Mayor, nothing that I'm aware of. That was a number that came from the previous manager, so we can certainly look into it.
Okay, yeah. So I'd suggest putting it back down to the 75 from last year. We have lots of culverts sitting at our yard right now.
Last year was 79, so if you're taking it down, it would be to 8,000.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 8,000. Sorry, my eyes weren't good. I thought it was 7440 something, not 79. So yeah, maybe we can put it back down to 8,000. Thank you, Councillor Lamb. And then the last item I had on this page.
Or are we going to have Nigel look at it and come back to it?
I think if you're gonna do anything, it has to be the latter. This came up in the last meeting, this particular topic. And the answer, I thought, was that we had used up most of our supply of culverts that were stored at the works garage last year, and so they ordered more to replenish the stock, and that's why the number was high,
Well, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I would.
That's why the number was higher, so I think that's, if we're short of culverts, then we won't be doing our culvert replacement.
So
We know this is where the culverts come from, right? So
yeah.
we need to make sure that we're not just cutting off our nose despite our face.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would state the same question I said earlier. If this is because we've ordered more culverts this year, why would we ordered more culverts before a budget's approved? We can't be ordering stuff without an approved budget. Wait till the budget's approved. You order the culverts based on that. And if we need more culverts, that's fine. Just come to council with the list. We need 32 culverts. Here's the cost of 32 culverts. Here's the roads that we need them for. Instead of just, oh, let's just come up with $15,000 this year. Provide us with a list that says this is the number of culverts we need. This is what we have in stock right now. 2 years ago, we didn't spend a single dollar on culverts. It was zero spent 2 years ago. Then we went from 0 to 8,000 last year, which was double our budget. So that would probably tell me that 4,000 is our budget. You can buy a lot of culverts for $4,000 when they're about 400, 500 bucks a piece. Right? So
I'm just gonna come back, Councilor Nash, and it may go down, depending on what it comes back with, right? So this is to be determined.
Through you, Mr.
Yeah,
Ware,
okay.
not aware of any culverts that have been purchased in 2025 yet. I think anything that would have been purchased was 2024.
Yeah, Nigel saying, not the purpose this year.
Perfect. Thanks, Nigel. The mayor was just saying is because we had to order some. That's why I'd said that. So, so the last item that I had on this page was the road grant program. And I'll start on, I know there'll be lots of discussion on, I know we have the road grant program coming up, which we're working on the bylaw for. But just when I look at the number, 94,000, I know right now we're including a 2% increase plus a 1% for possible new roads. And I don't think we're gonna have enough there. I'd propose putting that just to a lump sum item of 100,000 for now, until we see how many new roads are gonna be added, possibly, or new eligible people, maybe not roads, based on any revisions we do to the road grant. So instead of keeping ourselves short, I'd rather put in more to make sure we don't go over budget if possible. So I don't know what others' thoughts are on that.
Mr. Mayor, through you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, on the road grant, I agree, it should be 100,000, very important program. And we talked about bringing at least 2 or 3 of the seasonally maintained roads in. And so we need to have monies in there for that. We also talked about, island properties that use our roads to get to. They're counted up at Bolger, and we said either everyone in the municipality, gets to use, who uses a private road to get to their cottage, it's counted in the number, or no one does. So between those two factors, if we don't budget up to 100,000 like you're suggesting, then the road grant is actually going to end up going down for many of the roads from last year, and they'll know how much they got last year. So I support 100,000 in that line item. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything else on page 15?
So are we going to increase that to 100,000, I guess? Consensus?
I don't know, anybody object?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I have a concern about that because that's just increasing our budget considerably. It's already been considerable. I might be able to support it if we had a cap on the X and Y and to last year's amount, and just have the extra amount to come into for other roads and changes to it. But I think I think at some point we have to have a cap on this. It's gone up from last year's budget was 89,798, and now we're proposing 94,896. So when I look at that, it's getting very close to being a considerable expenditure for the budget and increasing it, and I would suggest that we think about when we do look at the road grant, that we put some constraints on it, so that it's not just something that keeps growing. I think that's a mistake.
I strongly disagree, or does anyone else have anything to say? I strongly disagree. This is one of the most important programs in the municipality for our private roads. We're not asked to take over very many roads, and it's because of this program. And again, we're adding more roads to it to get rid of a major issue that's been at council on Shawanaga Lake Road and Clear Lake Road are two of them that I can think of. So I'm not suggesting that it become any more than 2%. I'm just saying there's more things coming in. And if more things are coming in, you're gonna drop the price for other people and say you got $625 last year and you're getting $590 or $580 this year. I don't agree with that. So let's do a straw poll. I just want to make it at Councillor Nash 200,000. So if someone else agrees, it's done. If we don't, then we move on, and I guess it's 94,000.
I guess my reaction to this is that the difference between 94,896 and 100,000 is
$5,000. $5,000.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess relative to the uncertainty of what here again, we haven't we haven't had the road grant, the changes to the road grant protocol back to council for discussion, but based on what we said the last time around, we are, if there were no new roads added and nothing to Shawanaga Lake and anything else, there would in fact be increases to the eligibility, because of the number of users of existing roads going up. So I don't think we know what that's gonna do, assuming that we left the X and Y numbers the same as Councillor Gray is suggesting. I don't know what that number would be, but I suggest to you respectfully that after the next meeting, when the road grant protocol comes back and we debate it and we nail those things down, then we would know what the right number is. So I mean, I guess.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion. Sure, go ahead.
Whether it's, as of today, whether the number is 100, it's kind of like the gravel, whether the number is 100,000 or it's 95,000 is make a lot of difference to me, because I assume at the end of the day, we're going to spend what we're going to spend, right? So.
Well, and I want to make sure we're not under budgeted, but like we did last year, we kind of cheaped out a bit, and I kept saying there's more and more roads coming in. There are. We budgeted 89,700, we spent 92,000. So anyway, rather than belabor it, I'm for just putting a placeholder in at 100,000, if you want to cut it back later, but I'm asking for a straw poll of whether we simply put 100,000 in and we move on. And if I defeat it, on anything. So I'm for putting in 100,000. I thought I heard Councillor Nash say he was the one that suggested it, so I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with the $100,000. I'd suggested it, as you said, so I think we just go through the councillors, get a poll and move on, so we don't tie up too much time on it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods. If we want to leave $100,000 placeholder, I'm okay with that.
Here we go.
All right, fine, we'll leave it at 100. We'll not leave it, we'll put it at 100,000. So can we move to page 16, please?
Did you say page 16, Mr. Mayor? Sorry, or were we still on 15? Sorry.
On 6. Anybody got anything on page 16, 1-6?
Yeah, so I have two things. First of all, I think it's great, and I just want to thank everybody that we've paid off, or I guess it's on the last line item of the previous page, but just that the Freightliner snowplow loan has come due and is fully paid, which I think is great for us. Saves $27,000 a year, which is great. The only other line item that I had highlighted on page 16 is item number 16-472. And I brought it up at the last meeting. It's $19,500 and it's all landfill brush grinding. The last works manager had said that that was only a project for every 2 years, not every year. And last year we did it and it cost just under $29,000. What I'd proposed at the last meeting is we still keep $19,500 in the budget, but maybe we can create a different line item. Again, maybe it's a 16-472-2, and I think it can be tipping fees. So basically, let's try this year to spend $19,500 on taking some of our material that would have been placed at Ald's landfill and take it to another landfill outside of our municipality, and spend up to $19,500 doing that. And then at the end of the year, we can see how many tons based on tipping fees or tipping tickets, how many tons of garbage we were able to reposition or reallocate to another facility outside of the municipality for that $20,000. I think it's a great opportunity to try that since we have the 19.5 there, but we know we're not going to use it this year. I think it's a great time to try that. And I know Councillor Lamb in the past has talked about maybe taking some garbage other locations and being able to tip it also. So I just suggest we need to add a new heading for that amount, transfer it somewhere else, but use it in landfill. So I don't know if there's a straw poll on that item that I have to consider.
So just so I understand, Councilor Nash, I've always said I want to extend the life of York Street. So I want to move the garbage from York Street outside to another landfill if we can, or all, if there's no other alternative, where we have a lot longer lifespan than we do at York Street, and that would delay a transfer station coming. So is that what you're suggesting we do? Use the 20,000 to do that, or do something else?
No, that's exactly it, Councillor Lamb. But instead of, I said Ald's landfill, because right now it says Ald's landfill brush grinding. But basically, I'm suggesting exactly what you're saying. Take that $20,000 and use it either at Ald's or York Street for tipping fees. So we haul that garbage to another location outside of the municipality. They charge us $500 to dump it. That comes out of that 19.5. And let's just see how we do for a year spending $20,000 transferring our trash outside of our municipality with that 19,500. Use it as a trial if we want to think of it like that, right? So it just need a new line item in our landfill thing. It could just be landfill tipping fees or something, right? Just, it would have to be a different line item, that's all.
But we did do all. If we moved it from York Street to all, so it wouldn't be much of a cost because we use our own equipment, hours, our own employees, right? So this would only be if we send it outside of the municipality.
Yeah, and I'd really strongly suggest, I think Councillor Woods might be able to comment on this. Sorry for throwing you under the bus, Councillor Woods. But by the time we load up a truck or load up a disposal bin, have the guys time to do all that, that's where all the cost is. To drive it to Ald's from York, you might as well drive it to McDougall and have it dumped there, and not fill up Ald's. If you're going to spend the money, I'd strongly suggest taking it outside of our municipality and not shipping from York to Ald's if we're loading it into trucks to do it.
Yeah.
I guess this, I understand what's being proposed. My question is, is it clear to everybody that you have no intention of doing any brush grinding?
Every 2 years is what he's saying, and we did it just in the fall.
Yeah, we did.
So we're not gonna brush.
So the last year's 28,000 was 2 years worth of brush and weather
Yeah,
grinding.
I think so. I think so.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So you're really just arguing to create another landfill cost code to use for tipping fees and leave the 19,000 there. Is that the proposal you're making?
I think so, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd be using that 19.5 to pay for tipping fees to tip our garbage outside of our municipality, reduce our footprint in our municipality, send it somewhere else, use that 19.5 for that because we don't need to chip this year. That's exactly it.
And for brush grinding, we would zero.
Correct.
Be another line saying, typically, whatever you want to call
Okay, I understand. All right, so is this something council wants to support?
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
anybody not okay with this?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councillor Woods, thanks, Mr. Mayor. This makes 100% sense to me. Maybe everybody will remember that our public works manager before he left, a couple meetings before he had left, he told us that there was an area inside the dump that he was going to be able to excavate and remove a whole bunch of rock from and create even more of a footprint, right? That could help us. But moving out whatever garbage we can outside of the municipality is a good thing for us. Especially extend the lifespan of York Street, right?
All right, okay, thank you. So we're done with page 16, is that correct? Okay, can we do page 17? Anything on page 17? It's other environment, cemetery, other health and social services, and startup facilities.
I have 3 items, if I could, Mr. Mayor, if nobody else has their hands up.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. First off, on page 17, item 16-484-3. I think it's just a typo. It says Whitestone Environmental Sustainability. I think that should read Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee, if I'm correct.
You are correct.
Okay, so maybe we can just update that. And then with that, with that being updated, it doesn't change the amounts. We already spoke at the last meeting what the stewardship is thinking of doing, so I think everybody's aware of that. I see that 2 items here are for IceCap, and that's my next item. 16-484 IceCap is 3,000. And then we're broken that out, and now there's a 16-484-4 IceCap work plan initiatives. And in our first go around of the budget, total between those 2 items, I think it was, I had it written down here, I think it was 10,500 or just below that, 10,250. So I've actually increased it to 13,000 now for IceCap. And what I'm proposing is if we want to remain as a member, which I understand is a $3,000 fee, remain as the member, but not do any IceCap work plan initiatives. I don't know what bang for the buck we get. We did apply for grants. We haven't gotten them with IceCap. And I know we had a really long discussion about it the last meeting, so I don't want to dive back into that. I think we can do things as a community without being told what we need to do from just common sense. So I'm proposing that item be removed, the $10,000, item 16-484-4.
Hey, Councilor Bray, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do want to speak to that because, So just to recap of what we have done, and we have not applied for any grants through IceCap. I want to make that perfectly clear. We have not applied for any grants through IceCap. We haven't got that far. If you remember last year in March, the Municipal Whitestone Corporate Climate Action Plan came to the council and we approved it. That was just last March. Now you also remember that our CAO let us know that she was resigning and had lots of things on her plate. I would say that the whole of last year, pretty much from the summer on, we were really not able to do anything with IceCap because of that, and also our public works was really busy in the summertime. So I'm looking at it and I'm going like, yeah, I can understand that you think that we haven't got anything, but we have. We started off with IceCap and we got our corporate plan. From that, we have a baseline for our energy, and we also have a big, and this last year, 2024, we were able to, they were able to take our energy costs and analyze them so that we have a report to work through to see what, where we can make gains and where we can't. Just so you know, Carling reduced their corporate greenhouse gases by 20%, which is a cumulative of $65,500 in energy costs. IceCap. Seguin reduced theirs by 10% and avoided $175,000 in energy costs. Archipelago reduced theirs by 17% and they have avoided $86,000. So there are savings to be had. We just haven't got there yet because we haven't been in the program that long. We started in 21, but that was really a shaky start. 22 was when the election was on. And the election, and of course, there wasn't much going on partly through that year. So then 23 is when I started, and we started working towards finding our baseline. So the baseline was done in 2023. We got an analysis of our energy costs for 2024, which we can look at. But again, we have a brand new CAO. We do not have a public works, and we're just getting a new treasurer. These are three really important positions to be able to work on these kinds of projects. I am saying that I would like to see us continue on for one more year at least, to see where we can go with this. I think that it's an important program. I think it can save us money, but until we have the people in place to be able to work through this and work through what's happening in our municipality, then I can't, again, it's hard. It was difficult last year to do anything. I also think that the work plan initiatives would be, again, analyzing our data, helping us work on what are the things that we can do within our work plan. And the action work plan is very detailed in the sense that it has many layers of what we can do, things that cost a lot of money, things that don't cost a lot of money. We just need to work through it. We have some policies that should be looked at and brought to council to discuss as to, so that we have, you're giving IceCap, us, the committee within our municipality, the information as to where you want us to go, because that has not happened yet either. So I see that there's a lot of things that can happen, and I do wish that this would continue on, that we would keep the 10,000, which isn't that much. We're giving the Environmental Stewardship Committee $10,000. I'm not sure why IceCap, which is important for our community. The other area that we haven't even addressed yet, and that's a lot of education that will come with it, which will come from IceCap, is our ratepayers and how they can help with reducing their energy costs over the next while. We have two people within IceCap now that are not got their certification, but I will have their certification in different things. One is in energy and energy savings, and the other one is for residential energy savings. So I think that we have other areas that we can tap into to be able to work within with our ratepayers and within our municipality. So I'm proposing that we keep that 10,000 in. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
I'd
Mayor,
just like to comment back a couple items, if you don't mind, Councillor Woods first.
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
Going around the first time.
Yeah, no, I know, I was just replying back, Councillor Lamb, to a comment that was made, that was all. So, all it was we did apply for an EV grant last year, Councillor Bray, and we were told to apply for that through IceCap. So I do believe IceCap has suggested a couple grants that we do. If you think that, yeah, just let me finish, please. If you,
We had this discussion at the last meeting, folks. Keep doing something that we're ready to do before.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just replying back to a couple things. If you feel, Councillor Bray, that $10,000 is too much for the Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee, that's fine. Let's lower it down to $5,000. I think 10's good. But just at the last line item, we were talking about the road grants. You said $5,000 was such a large amount. But yet, for IceCap work plans, you said $5,000 is such a little amount. So is 5,000 a lot or a little? I'll let you answer that at the end. But I'm not in agreement with IceCap. I think we don't need to be told how to change a light bulb that'll help with fuel efficiency. We don't need to be told to get better fuel. We don't need to be told to change from a oil furnace to a gas furnace. And Archipelago might have saved 17,000, but it probably cost them 30,000 to save 17,000 on initiatives that I think the majority of the public understands how we can reduce our carbon footprint. And carbon pricing, most likely in the next election, federal election, will be gone. So I just ask, without further, I know Councillor Woods, you're going to speak, but after everybody's spoken, we simply do a straw poll. Is it in or it's out? So we don't need to get bickering back and forth. The last thing I want to do is talk back and forth with Councillor Bray and I over how we disagree on an item when we can just have a straw poll and carry on.
Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was just asking pretty much what Councillor Nash just mentioned there about how much Archipelago would save. But so how much money has the municipality of Whitestone spent towards IceCap since we joined? How much does it cost us? Does anybody know that number?
If it goes back to 2021, I don't know whether we were spending 10 grand at that time, no. History of this was, well, go ahead, Councilor.
I was just the way I'm looking at it is, say I don't know what we spend. Say it's 3,000 for the membership. Now we've been a member for 4 years. There's 12,000 bucks right there. But there's no action. We haven't done anything. Right? If we're gonna spend 12,000 bucks, this is just to me, my humble opinion. Okay, if I'm gonna spend $12,000, I don't need somebody to tell me how to do things. I want to spend $12,000 on people doing things. And the comment about the Environmental Stewardship Committee, the reason we asked for $10,000 is to actually go out and do things, do initiatives, so that people actually see what we're spending the money on, instead of reports. And every single one of us should know as adults on the things that we can do, because we're inundated constantly everywhere we look, TV, media ads, about what we can do to reduce our carbon footprints. Things like changing light bulbs and changing furnaces, we all know all of those things. We know we have some dated equipment in some of our buildings. Okay, good, then upgrade those things. We don't need to pay people to tell us to do those things. We already know those are things that need done.
Okay, thank you. The thing that you're missing, however, is that in order to get a grant, there are grants available. And I said this at the last meeting, we just had the same discussion. In order to get grants, you have to have a study that is done by someone who is an energy professional. Otherwise, you don't get the grant, even if you think you know what to do with your house. Let's say you've got an oil burner in your house, you want to replace it with a heat pump. There's a big federal program on to do that. You can't just go get a contractor to do it. You have to have an energy study done first in order to get the grant. And that's what the role is of collecting some data so that you can demonstrate what the savings are going to be, what the environmental impact is going to be. So that's why we joined IceCap in the first place. And I grant you that we have not, as Councilor Gray said, we have not gone after any grants for this, but we could. And if we don't have data to support it, we won't get them. So I just want you to understand that. It is important to have data and to have a plan. If you don't have that, you're not going to get any. We can spend our own money, but not gonna. You want to take a straw poll on this to leave it in or out, move on, because we can't keep having this discussion meeting after meeting.
Well, in fairness, what happened in the last meeting, I recall, was it came up, and we kind of left it in, and Councilor Bray was gonna, come back and give us exactly what she gave us today, which was a rundown of our works and that kind of stuff, right? And so all we're doing is following what was, for the frustration here is that, in my opinion, that like Councilor Woods says, show me the beef. We keep studying, we keep doing. They're never gonna fire themselves because that's the money that they're making, right? And overall, I'm sure they're headed to the right place. But we know what to do. We know what to do. I'd rather put money into an initiative or say to staff, come up with a plan as to what we're gonna do in our municipality. When is that temperature going down every day? When is it being turned on? What energy savings do we have in all our buildings? I go to my house and I set my thermometer. When I leave, I don't keep it at 22 Fahrenheit and leave it there for a week. I turn it down. That's what we should be doing here, along with a bunch of other things, right? And we know what to do. We just, I think what Councilor Nash, I think Councilor Woods is trying to say, let's do it. Let's do it. And if we pause this thing for a year, doesn't mean you can't pick up next year where you left off. And again, I come back to, we need savings. We need to allocate monies in the right direction. And I think there's a frustration on council of, show me the beef. We've been into this for 4 years. And I'm frustrated as they are. And if you go on and on about the things we could do, the lights, I'm glad we changed the lights in the office, we changed them here. I think we've changed them in the works garage, the lighting system. So we're doing things. We're doing things outside of IceCap, right now. So let's just keep doing it, right? As opposed to paying them 10 grand a year to say, I understand we get grants through them. I'm frustrated as they are, so that's all I have to say.
CAO, I think wants to.
Yeah, through you, your worship, I think, I've only just been introduced to IceCap. But I do think, to do what, Councillor Lamb and some of the other councillors are speaking about, to sort of do projects and get them done, we can do that a lot better if we're able to access funds. And as you said, this group seems to be a group that can give us the tools to access funding better. I only barely getting introduced, so I can't say for sure, but I do think there's value from a staffing point of view to continue for a year, see what we can do. As Councillor Bray said, you've got 3 new positions coming aboard. They may be able to use what comes out of this IceCap group as a tool to leverage some funds. If If it's not there, you won't be able to. So, from a staffing point of view, I think there's some value in continuing it for another year, reevaluate it, and then see where you want to go with it.
Mr. Mayor, could I say one quick thing? Thank you. So the membership fee of $3,000, if we're gonna stay in, that's fine by me. But the $10,000 ICECAP work plan initiatives, that's so if we apply for a grant, or if there a grant comes up, then we might get it, we might not, but we still have the 10 grand there. Why would we not just remove that 10,000 from there and replace the furnace at fire hall number 2 for $8,000? And that's something that's gonna better us. We all know that will. If we spent the $10,000 here and the $8,000 that was in the budget for the fire hall furnace change, there's $18,000. You can't tell me if we were going to spend $18,000 to change a complete heating system, we wouldn't be doing something that's going to lower our carbon footprint and something that's an environmental initiative.
And Councillor Woods, I think you make a good point on the furnace. I think that's a great initiative. And just when I look at it, I was looking at our 2022 reports. It talks about our fuel consumptions and our oil consumptions and our energy consumptions. We've been in this for 4 years. And supposedly, they haven't helped us get one grant. So when do those grants arrive? That was what was said last year, I think, as well. Right? Yes, we did apply for the EV charging stations. We were denied. Right? I don't think it makes sense to apply for a $10,000 grant with the government to replace a furnace that costs you $18,000 to write a report for. And I think that's what a number of us are saying. There's just no benefit to it. We have all the data. The data's already there. If there's a grant we can apply for, ICECAP aren't the ones giving grants out. It would just be different provincial or federal departments, which we already have the data for. We don't need to spend more money to get more data if we already have the data, right? We can join them. We can belong to them. We can apply for a grant if they suggest a grant that comes along from the Ontario government. Great.
So
we don't need to spend.
What's the deliverable this year? What is it? Are we going to be sitting here next year saying, my God, in the middle of 2025, we applied and got a $20,000 grant? Or are we going to sit there saying, now we have a plan. Now we're going to go and implement it, but we still need to be involved at 10 grand a year because we're going to do this, that. For in other words, we keep going on and on and on. What are we going to get if we approve this at the end of 2025? You're talking about staff turnover. Well, they're all new. We had our CAO leave, et cetera. You get the same thing now. We don't have a works person. We have a treasurer just started. We had Nigel that's on for 2 months. Well, you had staff turnover last year, getting double or triple this year. So, I mean, what are we going to get? I'm afraid we're going to spend 10 grand. They're going to do something. We're going to have a fancy, nice little presentation. And at the end of the day, we're going to scratch and say, why don't we put 10 grand? Why don't we, even if we took that 10 grand out of there, why don't we have some line that says 10 grand of whatever, carbon footprint or lights or whatever, and do things. That's what I want. Maybe we don't take 10 grand out of the budget, put it into a line and say to staff, everyone knows it's heat and hydro or gas, and you just spend 10,000 doing something, right? And
Councillor Gray, I think, had her hand up before.
the question is, what are we going to sit with? What do we expect this year?
That's a perfectly legitimate question. My question is, okay, I keep hearing people say, well, no, but we need, we know what, I keep hearing people say, we know what we need to do. My question is, who is going to do it? I keep hearing people say, we can apply for a grant. Who's going to do it? That's the question that I have.
Well, I'll tell you, I've been around 18 years. We've always written grants, okay? And through Pat Allen and Tammy Wiley and a bunch of people, and we did a heck of a lot better than we've done the last 2 or 3 years. I can assure you that. And that's a staffing matter. And because it's always been in the treasurer's role, quite frankly, to to lend on this. My wife did a whole bunch of them. There are things in the community to write grants if they're identified. And surely to God, someone in the office can identify what grants are out there. And we've got tremendous talent in our municipality to do these sorts of things. But again, answer my question. What do we expect? You know, in 2025, what are we going to get at the end of the year? We're gonna another report? Or what is it we're getting?
All right, I think we just have to take a straw poll and move on.
Or what answer? That makes,
Well,
my mind's now made up.
You're trying to, you are trying to give me a job to do, and
Mr. Mayor,
I don't have time.
You don't have time to do the straw poll.
I'll just respond quickly. So the plan would be to, first of all, we have to reorient everybody, but we can start looking at the things which we did not do previously. Sit down and go through all of the things and look for the, first of all, the quick wins. Those are the things that we can do. Now, Mr. Creaser had the lights changed in the administrative office. I didn't know that was happening. That wasn't discussed. So that was, so there is some miscommunication that was going on. And I'm sorry that I didn't know that was happening. And so we have to look at these things. Yes, you're right. There are things like lighting. There are things like smart thermostats. There's lots of things that I have suggestions for, but I've never been able to bring them forward. And that's because we weren't able to really get into it last year. After we received this is the thing, everybody says, oh, we've been in so long and we've got no grants or anything like that. We haven't had a chance to be able to look at that kind of what we're doing. That's the thing. It's exactly the same as any other committee that gets started. You have to build first and then be able to work on things. You can't think that the other municipalities all of a sudden after year one were able to apply for like all these grants. No, they had to collect data, to analyze it. They had to look at what the wins were that they could do, what they could afford to add into their budget. It has to come back to council. You're not going to just give us carte blanche to go and do things. So it all has to come back. And that is where it takes time. And yeah, it may take time, but again,
No specific grant that's on the books that we're going to apply for, that you know of right now.
there are specific grants.
What are we applying for?
Well, we can't apply for any just yet because we haven't brought them forward to council to be able to say, okay, do you want us to do this? And that means we have to be ready for it. So being ready for it might mean that we have to look into some things like solar. If we put solar on this roof, we have to know that it's going to work. That the roof can take it, everything. There's a lot that goes into these things. It's not just, oh yeah, I'm going to apply for this grant.
The solar would be a 40-year payback, so God bless you. I've been through it.
Okay, anyways, as I said, we can build a plan, but we can't build a plan until we have people.
Can I just ask a question? And it might be off topic a bit.
All the questions, and I'm sorry, but you know,
Well, it's just, why can't we bring up ideas now, like Councillor Wood said? Why don't we do the furnace? What I'm hearing is we need somebody else to tell us the ideas, and we haven't had any time to bring up ideas. We as councillors can bring up an idea every single council meeting to say, let's put solar on the top of the roof. Does that people support the idea or not support the idea? Let's have a look. To say that we need Georgian Bay Biosphere, which is a charity, by the way, and IceCap, which is the same charity, to tell us maybe you might want to think about putting solar on the roof that'll cost you 25 times more than hydro, and you'll never get paid back for it, and you'll have to rip it off when you do your roof. Doesn't make sense. People can bring ideas to council every day.
This is why we cannot do this now. Somebody has to go away and work on this. I'm sorry, but we can't.
Okay, so let's just have a straw poll then if we want it in or not, because we're just going to waste time, like you're saying now, Mr. Mayor, coming back. But People could have come back to us for 4 years on items to do, not at the 11th hour when they're saying we might not do it. Oh, well, maybe we'll come back and tell you some other things we can do. Let's have a straw poll and see if it's in or out and carry on. Then people might not even need to come back or might need to come back. Just take the straw poll and carry on.
That's part of it also reducing the environmental thing down to 5. I heard you say that's what we're doing also there now.
Well, if Councillor Bray would like to propose a motion straw poll to reduce it to 5, I guess we'll have a vote on it. It was Councillor Bray that suggested reducing it to 5, not myself.
I thought it was used.
Okay, straw poll, is this item in at $10,000 or not? You know, those in favor? I take it nobody else is in favor, then Councilor Bray and I think it's worth having some money here. A lot of money, but anyway, all right, so.
And just a minute, Mr. Mayor.
Cemetery, other
Right.
health services.
Yeah.
Facilities, we gotta get to recreation because we have, Jan Hill has been waiting here patiently
And Mr. Mayor, just one thing before Jan Hill speaks on recreation. You said that you and Councillor Bray feel it's important to spend money. I think the other 3 councillors all totally agree it's important to spend money on the environment by doing things, not spending money on a consultant getting rich. Just to reiterate what you said about spending money.
The point is, there isn't any plan and there isn't any item in the budget for us to spend it. So if somebody comes back with an idea, I guess maybe we could consider it.
Oh, Councillor Woods brought up an idea. Councillor Woods, Councillor.
Please.
And Councillor Woods did bring up an idea of the furnace, by the way, Mr. Mayor.
But we talked about that, I think earlier, the suggestion was that, the fire chief was going to see if there is in fact somebody who can maintain the current one until such a time as we figure out whether what we're gonna do there is sort of putting good money after bed versus the future of the building, so. That's.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Woods, Mr. Mayor, was bringing up the idea of an environmental initiative to reduce the carbon footprint.
I mean, that's already in the budget.
Okay, one at a time. Okay, Harrison Lake Marine.
Yes.
We took that out, whatever it is, I guess it's a big bin up there. Are we sure of the ramifications of that? Or I don't mind it coming out, but we're not sending a garbage bin up there. And I don't even know how many ratepayers are up on Harrison there are. Does anyone know?
Well, no.
There's about 8 or 10 of them now, I would think, because we put some initial lots there, if you remember.
You spend a landfill for the first citizen or something, right? You get the same amount as we're spending $20 a person. You send the same amount to them, but not $3,000 every year. And I guess it's out. I guess we made that decision.
No, I think we did.
Okay.
I think we did, and if I recall correctly, our CAO was tasked with checking in with them to see if that was.
Yeah, and I haven't checked in with anyone yet. There was discussion about checking in with Archipelago, I believe, but they're not in Archipelago either. So the Harris Lake area is not. So it's in it. I don't know what area it is, but
It's in Whitestone.
No, it's not in Whitestone.
I think it's in an unorganized township. Yeah, I think it's unorganized township, everybody,
I believe
where
it
they
is.
are.
On the maps I looked at.
We'll hear from them.
We'll find it. Okay, so did somebody have something under sanitary or facilities or anything else on page 17? Okay, page 18. Sorry, Councilor Berry.
Yeah, I just wondered, I was looking at the graph setting, And I wondered if that's something that it's, worth it to be about $11,000. Are we having students this year? And are they able to do the grass cutting? Because I'm pretty sure they used to do grass cutting all the time. It's true to that. Grass cutting, I used to see them down and somebody would drive the truck down with the, blower and they'd have trimmers and the students would be trained and then be out there. So I was just curious, we seem to, $7,000, we might be able to, with the savings there.
What line item?
Sure, it's under cemeteries, it's, 16505, 515, and 524. There's 3 different grass cuttings.
We've always, I don't think that we've ever been done by our students. I think we've always contracted that. Have you seen our students? I mean,
Well, not for a long while, but I thought I did see them way back.
our students, and they work all around on flower beds and.
The last couple of years it was contracted, but I don't know.
It's been contracted for some years. Yeah. If it was a better way to do it, I'm all for
Yeah, I think,
Summer students, right, with, road grass cutting and I see them doing the trimming and all those kinds of things. I just didn't know how many students we have and whether.
some of them ended up at the landfill last year. We're hiring students, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, that's a $4 question.
Yeah, I know we put in for a grant, as the library has, but lots of times you don't get the grant, but you do get the students, so we should be hiring, you know, at least a student for summertime, right? Look at what we did last year.
and we, through you, we might want to check, I believe the lawn cutting tender, I'm going to say, is a 2 or 3 year tender that's still out there. So I believe it's still under contract for a couple more years. And it's not just the cemeteries, there's a number of other areas. So I think if it's still under contract, we can't even remove it if we wanted to.
That's roadside grass cutting, not somebody driving a tractor with one of those long blades along the side cutting the ditch. That's the contract you're talking about. The grass cutting at the cemetery is a lawnmower.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the cemetery grass cutting. That was awarded through a contract to local contractors out in Ardbeg that have been doing it for 3 or 4 years. So I'm not talking about the side of the road. I'm talking about the cemetery cutting and stuff. And I know it's through some contractors in the Ardbeg area that do that for the municipality. And it was through a tender or a quick quote or however it was done, but I think it wasn't just a 1 year term.
Oh, anything else on page 17? 18. Uh, 18 up to recreation. Okay, so I'm hearing nothing. I would like to move on to recreation and let's take a slight detour, because you will notice that there is an appendix. I guess it's not an appendix. It's 5.2 in your package. There is a little PowerPoint there, which talks about well, there's 2 things, I guess. The first thing, there is an actual draft budget for the Recreation Committee, which is in attachment B. That's page 22 of 38. And then there is, starting on page 27, there's a PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to take time to give you that. I hope you did have a chance to look through it. It gives you some idea of what the Recreation Committee did in 2024. But if you take a look at the draft budget, there there are a number of things in here. You can see what the 2024 budget was. You can see what the 2024 spend was. You can see whether there's an increase or decrease of what it was. And there are a number of items there. And Jan Hill, who's a member of the committee, has graciously agreed to come here and answer questions that you might have about that budget. So I would ask that we move through this one now, and then I guess perhaps we'll take a break and go on with the rest of it. Anything else that we have here in the package? Okay. So, if you don't understand what an item is, we can certainly talk about these. You'll see a couple of them. There are some notes, a couple of new items.
Mayor Conley and the councilors that are pleased to be here.
Oh, sorry, take a.
I can give you a mic, I can speak loudly.
Yeah, but the people who are on Zoom, there's a few people on Zoom listening and they won't hear you.
Yeah, loud enough. Okay, Mayor Conley and councilors, I'm pleased to be here. Just want to let you know, I am representing the committee who made up the budget. I hope I can answer some of your questions in conjunction with Mayor Conley, who's our liaison. I will do my best.
You want to start, Councilor?
Yeah, well, yeah, I just worked at the food pantry.
Right now, Mayor Connery can probably answer that better than I can. That is the major part of our budget that was not spent. It is not up and running yet. And Mayor Connery has been updating us on that. It's apparently still a work in progress to obtain the building. And once it is obtained, we have the plans to get it stocked as soon as it is up and running.
I mean, what's the plan? Like,
Okay,
I had a couple of calls on the food pantry saying, I didn't know we had a food pantry. So is it down in the Dundome or something? Is it existing? Like, what's happening with it?
How about I answer that one? This was all supposed to take place last fall, and it didn't. I'll explain to you why. If you look behind the Grange, you will see that there is a small square building, and there is a large antenna, and there are some satellite dishes. You can see them if you drive by on 520 if you look carefully. If you go up Bob's Crescent, you can see them. They belong to Cogeco, and they are a former facility that they used to provide internet in Whitestone that has been discontinued for some time. And they had an agreement, kind of like an enforcement agreement with the municipality going back many years. Put that there, and the agreement requires them to remove them at the end when they don't need them anymore. Well, they came to the municipality and said, do you want any of these things? And so the Recreation Committee took a look at the building, showed us inside it. It's actually a really great little building. It's not very big. It's insulated, it's well made, it's portable. It's got electric wiring in it. It's got, heating and a little bit of air conditioning and whatever. And we said, this will make a wonderful pantry. They said, great, we will transfer the asset to you. And that, our legal department in Montreal has been working on that since probably October. We wanted it all up and running before the sale. They still have not transferred the asset to the municipality. When they do, the intention is, the plan always was, there's a little bit of money in the budget for that, is to move it down through the overhang of the Dundome so that it's accessible to people, because it really isn't accessible this time of year. You would have to go through snow to get to it, and it's not easily accessible, and it's dark, there's no lighting there, etc. So, that was the plan, and there have been people trying to donate food for a food pantry for some time. We haven't had any place to put it where it would be accessible, but we believe there is a need for it. And we can just get their, Chico's legal department to finish what they promised a long time ago. Then we would get it here, and there's a little bit of money in this year's budget to move it to where it needs to go, and then it can be open. There is one in the twist. There's two in the twist, actually. And yes,
There's no heat in there.
No, the
mold in the building.
they will be fine. Don't worry about it. They're not in bad shape.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, sorry, I couldn't hear.
Our staff can. So the intention is still for it to go ahead. That's what the food pantry is. And we haven't said anything to the public about it because, of course, people would start donating stuff and we'd have no place to put it, right? Okay.
We have actually, we had people donate food. It was taken into the library, and the food that was donated was distributed throughout the community before any expiry dates on the food that was donated.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question, if I might, Councillor Nash. Thanks. The sound just got really bad again, by the way. I'm not sure how Councillor Woods might be able to hear as well, but just a question. From what I understood, food bank, good idea. You know, if there's needy people in the community, fabulous idea, by the way. The question I had was when you were talking about the Cogeco building by the Grange building, how is it that the rec committee knew that there was a building that wasn't needed by Cogeco that can get legally transferred to them, and we're just waiting on the paperwork before council knows anything about this? Isn't that the type of thing that council should probably be brought to their attention, that Cogeco's wanting to release us from an easement, and Word, I'm sure, would have said yes, by all means. Rec committee, go for it. But how does a rec committee know about these things? And we learn about it after documents are waiting to be signed for legally taking ownership of something, when council knows nothing about what's being spoken about there, Mr. Mayor.
How did we know about it? Because they sent a notification to the municipality asking, and it was circulated just by staff saying, is this something that you that anybody would have an interest in? And
but I guess my question is, I guess my question is, I don't think council received that. Would anybody be interested in an email? I think you might have received it, but I don't remember receiving that email. I'm not sure if the other councillors received that email, but if we're going to dispose of property or gain municipal property, I think that's a council decision. And when it's heard about, it should come to a council meeting for council to know about it, because maybe the Environmental Stewardship Committee might have wanted that building. Maybe the library wanted that. Maybe the cemetery board might have wanted it, right? Without knowing and without others hearing about this transparent information, decisions are made based on the select few people that know about the information. That's where I'm coming from. So at any time, was that brought to council or forwarded to council's that this could be an option if anybody was wanting to take ownership of the Cogeco building.
Staff at the time felt that it was an operational matter. It was not. The rest of the municipality knew, Public Works knew about it. And, they could have had another one that was located in elsewhere if they wanted it for some purpose or other, and the decision was,
And how big is the building?
The council, as you well know, it was, I think, we would have had some discussion about it perhaps, earlier on, but as I say, the whole matter got delayed. In any case, it's one way or the other, the committee had in their budget money to put together something like this. We're simply taking advantage of something that otherwise was free, that otherwise would have, so it's not something where the municipality had to purchase something, but the money was in the rec committee's budget, so that's the only answer I have for your question. Anything else about the budget that you'd like to ask? That's right.
Yes, going to be, if there's a student here, it says, it just says students, you don't know if the 5,000 is one student, two students. And who's going to supervise them, and what are they going to be in? They working hours during the day, weekends, just curious.
The idea behind, requesting a student is, for anybody that knows the way the rec committee is working right now, we have two people who are basically running every program, or almost every program, in conjunction with some help from the library staff. And we were hoping that if we could get one student to assist, especially what would be during July and August, when we have more seasonal people in our area, and hope to run more programs aimed especially at young families and the other people that are in the area during the summer. This person would be supervised by our committee chairperson and would be working as required, not certain set hours, but assisting, and would also be available on a limited time to help out at the library or within the municipality if it would work out that way.
Through you, Councillor, or Mr. Mayor, questions just on that question? If I might, how many people are currently on the rec committee? You said there's only 2 people right now that help do activities. How many people are on the rec committee?
Oh, sorry, that isn't really what Jan said, but there are a small number of people who are here are putting in a lot of volunteer hours. But the committee itself consists of about 8 people, I would say.
6 to 8.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get everyone at every meeting, but and they do assist. I mean, probably everybody is out for big events like Canada Day and that sort of thing, but things that happen on Friday nights, for example, the archery, those sorts of things, those are there's a small group of people who are putting in a lot of volunteers who are putting in a lot of hours to run those things. For something like archery, you have to be trained to do it. You can't, but you can just walk off the street and say, I'm going to teach people to, because, there's a risk of hurting themselves. So, the idea of trying to get a student would be to assist with this so that it would be, it would reduce the load on a relatively small number of volunteers. It seems to me like there's about 4 people who are 4 people who are here at all of these events that are on a regular basis in the summer. You know, the Friday night, the STEM club, the board game nights, archery, those kinds of things. Some of the activities operate by themselves, by the way, things like pickleball, for example. The people who do that, they get their own equipment. I mean, it's our equipment, but they get it out, put it up, they're finished, they put it away, etc. So that there's no load on staff or volunteers for that. But other things, the crafting programs, the STEM club, you know, the games night, board game nights, and so on, playgroups, those all require somebody to be there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to go off that, I got another couple points on that. I think what people on the rec committee do is great, and the volunteer hours, I think, are great, what people put into it. Just when you say you're looking for more people, the reason I was asking is I thought I knew the answer, just wanted to make sure. And I think it's what you find on many other committees, even some of the committees that I'm on. And what you see is there's a lot of people that want to be on a committee, some people that volunteer to do stuff sometimes, but there's always a really small, big devoted group that seems to pick up the work for everybody. And I don't think that's just a recreational committee. I think it's many committees, right? Do you get more volunteers? Well, sometimes that might help, might not. I know you're suggesting a summer student. I think if the rec committee got summer students, you might see other committees saying, well, we'd like a summer student also. What I might suggest, which might do the same, but in a different way, is what about using some high school students to live in our community, or maybe they might just be outside of our community. They all need volunteer hours. What about engaging some of them as the volunteer, but instead of paying them the $5,000 a year, they do this for free as part of their school volunteer hours that they're needed, and we as a municipality can sign off on their volunteer card for hours, and it might not cost the money, but as a rec committee, you still might be able to get the same out of it, but you're not only helping out a potential university student or college student who needs volunteer hours, or even just a high school student, you're also helping out the rec committee itself by having people volunteer. It just doesn't cost the money. So that's what I'd like to see for that, as opposed to just paying a summer student. I think you can do it just in a different way, if that makes any sense. I don't know if you guys as a committee have thought about that possibility.
We do have students who do volunteer with the programs that are put on. Part of our discussion also involved what Magnetawan does. Magnetawan does pay a summer student to assist in their programs, and they find that if it's one person consistent over the summer, it does help.
That's a very good.
Again, budget increases that you're asking for are, in my opinion, and again, I'll start off by saying, you know, we all do wonderful work. I'm on the library board. We do wonderful work in the community. We put an awful lot of volunteer hours in, okay? I only do a fraction of them. There's a lot of volunteers. There's a great resource in our community, in terms of resources, and the volunteers is a hard thing. But when I look at what we've done as a council in terms of recreation, we've gone from 2 or 3 years ago, we spent $12,000 on recreation. Next year, we spent $14,000 on recreation. Last year, we spent $22,000 on recreation, a budget of $26,000. Okay? the ask last year was 52,000, which was intolerable to the taxpayer, to me on council and others on. Basically, you're coming back asking for kind of the same thing, 49,000 instead of 52,000. And other councillors may absolutely pass this budget as is. I don't think you need a student. I think if we get a student in the office and they're not fully employed and want to kind of help out at some point, maybe that's something, but the primary reporting relationship would be into the office. If we don't have students reporting to volunteer, we don't do that. Have to report into the office as an employee. It's just, I'm not supportive of the student. I also think the recreation committee should seriously look at changing its name because it's not recreation. What you've evolved into is not only recreation, but I don't know what social systems or something, or social welfare, or some term where you're getting into food banks and you're getting into things that are not strict, in my opinion, recreation. And that's okay if that's where you want to go, but I think you should change your name. In terms of, you were, I don't know, 15% under budget last year at 23,000, 22,000. You've got like 15 to get up to the 26. So that's what I'll be suggesting you do. And if you want any program, the other thing is we have this false narrative in Whitestone that everything is free. Okay? You don't pay for anything, whether it's archery or whether it's anything else. The real world outside of Whitestone isn't like that. They pay an awful lot of money for programming. We don't. And for instance, and you increase your revenue, and good for you, you want, I think, $1,700. But I was talking to Councillor Woods, breakfast with Santa, $195. He put $40 in. There were over 100 people there. We go to a book sale and we sell things, we make $3,000. Like, do you have a tap machine? Do you have a tap when you at these events? Well, when people come in, a tap machine is going to pay you a lot more, by the way. I don't care what programs you put on, just have the revenue to match it, to match whatever you're doing. So my position is, I will approve the budget as it was last year. And the $10,000 that we don't even seem to know what we're going to spend it on, I'm not going to put into a budget when we don't even know what it's for, right? Well, that's my position on it, and I may be an outlier and well, I guess go down as a recreation denier of some sort. But from a percentage standpoint, this council's been very good. But I cannot go with basically going from 22,000 to $49,000. That's big, nearly 100% increase. Thank you.
If I may, Councillor Lamb, if you looked at our budget, down at the very bottom, under playground project, we have asked in that section for $10,000. For those of you who've been around for a while, you know that prior to COVID, we did have a committee set up to look after the playground projects that people had in mind. There were two phases. Phase 1 was completed. Phase 2 was never started because of COVID. And now, for the playground, which everybody knows the expenses on equipment are very high, is the reason that was put in. The other suggestion that came out of that, as instead of possibly the consideration of the $10,000, was that committee be reestablished with representatives from council, we'll still call it the Recreation Committee for now, some of the citizens of the community, to let everybody know what more we would need to do to upgrade equipment for the benefit of, we're finding out, not only the very young people in the community, but some of the older people enjoy some of that equipment as well.
And thank you for saying that. My wife played a major role in that playground equipment and her whole project. Basically, most of it's done, and we put more money. I mean, Armstrong and I came up with what's called the campus here many years ago, including the library, buying the Twist property, a whole bunch of things, and we've made umpteen steps in that direction. Even up till last year, we were putting chips and things down to make it handicap accessible for Dunchurch here, okay? In terms of priorities in the municipality, we have the commons, we have other areas, we have the ballpark, we have other areas to spend our recreation dollars in if we were making improvements. We put an awful lot of money into Dunchurch, into this, into here, and I'm just not sure that I'm not even sure what phase 2 is in terms of putting more swings up or something. Like, I think it's pretty much done.
It would be involved with, other things like, for instance, some games that could be played along the beach or in the water. Other types of equipment, another, possibly 1 or 2 more pieces of equipment that could go along with what is there now.
Like what?
I'm not certain because I have not been one that's been looking into that. And this is what I said, my apology, because I'm only here,
No,
because the other ones who did
you're
this.
doing a good job, Jan. I don't mean to put you on that spot,
I know that.
but you know, you weren't here when I said at the beginning that we had to find cost savings in our budget, because you don't want a 7% tax increase or you'd be all over us, right? We can't, I mean, just think of it, to go from 22 to 49,000 is what, 27,000 up, 27, what's the difference between 49 and 22? A lot of money. 3/4 of a tax increase, 3/4 of 1% of the tax increase. So anyway, I probably said too much.
No, and I understand that, and.
But I don't have enough information as to what, you know, and we don't throw 10,000 away really quickly. So those are my thoughts. Others may disagree strongly with me. Again, we'll do a straw poll on this. But again, you do good work. But, you know, if you put a program on, what's wrong with saying it's $5 or $10? And if people don't want to put, you gotta have skin in the game in some of these things in order to have people come out, right? Everything should be free. And because it isn't otherwise, right? And of course, there's going to be people that can't afford it and that sort of thing. But you don't have to clump into, there are people that are working 2 jobs and making $125,000 a year and they get it free, right? So I just think you can raise more money and put on any program you want. You have to pay for it somehow, right? And those are my thoughts. But again, I don't want people to think, oh, we're beating up on the recreation committee because we've gone from 14 to 22,000, which is a 100% increase practically, or not 100, but 50, more than 50%. And you've got 26,000 in the budget. So anyway, I've said enough. I don't know what others feel. I haven't heard from them.
If I might,
Just for clarity, $10,000 of that increase is actually a capital item, and we talked about it in the period.
I realize
you know, I guess in a sense, it doesn't really belong here because this is intended to be an operating budget item. We already discussed things that might.
I realize, but what I'm saying is there's no clarity in my mind.
I understand that. That's, we had that discussion earlier and unfortunately
if I might through you,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry,
Mayor, Councillor Nash.
I think that $10,000 item has been dealt with separately. It's not it's a capital item, so 49,650 is automatically lower by $10,000 because that's not, it wouldn't come in there.
I realize, but what was the conclusion on the $10,000?
I think the conclusion was that they were going to look at other things, that I have a long list of things that you all provided that could be possibly, the parkland dedication be used, including things at the commons and various other things. And I think that's a discussion for for another day. I guess I'm
So
suggesting.
that has not been approved.
You don't need to give that to you don't need to give that to the rec committee and say, rec committee, you go do whatever rule. You have to, obviously, that has to be discussed what the other
It has
things
to
are.
be in the budget. Okay, I understand.
So it isn't. Keep in mind, the only reason that we didn't spend the 26,540 is because that food pantry item did not take place in 2024 as it was supposed to. Otherwise, we would have spent the whole of the budget, right? So I think that we're coming back to the argument that there is some burnout amongst the volunteers at the rec committee. We cannot continue to expand programs indefinitely with the resources we have, so you know,
If I might,
I guess council can decide how much money the rec committee has to operate, but at the end of the day, some of the things that would like to do that have been identified as new programs for which there's demand in the community are not gonna take place if there isn't an increase in the budget.
if I might through you, Mr. Mayor,
These
Councillor
arguments
Nash.
are addressed in the presentation if you go and look at it. Anyway. Go ahead, Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Just again, nothing about this presentation whatsoever to the lady speaking. We have to get our sound system fixed. I cannot hear between yourself, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Lamb. I'm not sure if Councillor Woods can hear a lot better. It's just all mumbled. That's all you hear. I know you guys aren't bickering back and forth. That's just what it sounds like because of our sound system. We have to get this sound system fixed and fixed quickly. Now back to the item at hand. The rec committee. I think the rec committee does fabulous things. Thank you for doing your presentation today. I would concur with what Councillor Lamb is saying for a budget. Use the amount that was budgeted last year, which is an increase to this year. But with that said, when it comes to the $10,000, I'm not including that in the budget right now. I think as the mayor had, I believe what I picked up on at the end there, that staff is going to come back, and it's not just the $10,000 for the rec committee, because I know you weren't here earlier on in the day, but we have to spend as a municipality upwards of, from what I calculate, about $90,000 on recreation infrastructure, as I'll call it, as part of Bill 23. So the municipality staff will come back to council, and I believe Councillor Lamb had mentioned it earlier, is not what's done at the main campus being done church, but also, and this is something maybe that the rec center can think of, what are things to be done at the baseball diamonds, things at the Maple Island Commons, right? We know as a community we want to do better signage, but maybe there's some things that the rec committee can think of for those areas for events or things to do. I think everybody will say what you guys do is good for the municipality and great for the community, and especially probably some older people and some younger people. And I think everybody would applaud all the volunteer work that goes into it for that. I know, whether it's skating lessons or swimming lessons or anything in many other, I'll call it larger cities, you pay a nominal fee. So maybe the swimming lessons is $100, but it might cost the municipality $500 to put that on. And I think that was said earlier, there might be something there to say, if you're going to take the archery course, maybe give a $20 fee, even though it's going to cost more to put it on, but just something there to bring some money back. And if somebody isn't able to afford it, that can be brought up at that time, as I'm sure they do in other municipalities. When it comes to, you'd made mention of a playground committee or a committee for playgrounds. I think that might be a good thing for some community and council members to bring up, but it's not just for the Dunchurch area. Like I said, it's for the baseball fields, Maple Island Commons. Yes, that might include Dunchurch Playground, but there's a lot of areas which we have to spread work around to, and coming up with some ideas for each area. And maybe you guys as a committee can come back and give us some ideas that council might do some directions on. So again, thank you for your presentation. You guys do good work. I think it's a great idea that you're doing this food pantry. I just asking questions on a different way when I was asking about the ownership of something, but I think you guys do great initiatives. I really thank the people that do a lot of the work for the events. Maybe take me up on the idea of some students that can earn their volunteer hours. And I have no problem approving what was there last year. And again, remembering that 10,000 would have been a capital project, but it's not included in there because that's something else that'll come back to the municipality. So really what you're asking for was 39. And I think what last year's budget I'm rounding was 27. So we're saying, go do whatever you'd like for the 27,000. Hopefully you can increase some stuff, try and spend everything, put on a few new events, and see if anybody can chip in a little bit more for a few of the ideas. When you're asking maybe for donations, maybe just ask for $1 a person or something like that. But thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate all the time and effort that you put in throughout the year for yourself and everybody else on the committee.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So, what we still need to know, I guess, what we're gonna do with this. Is there anybody who hasn't?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Gray and Councilor Woods, I haven't heard from.
No, Councilor Gray is still good. Councilor Woods, I don't think is still.
Yeah, I could say something, Mr. Mayor. If it's my turn. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Jan, thanks very much for putting on the presentation. I mean, I know you've kind of felt like you're at a bit of a disadvantage here because you don't have all the information, but the rec committee does do some fantastic work in our community, and you're, a very valuable group. I see it firsthand in a lot of the things that you guys put on, but that's because I have younger kids and try and take part in that part of the community events, right? I completely understand what Councillor Lamb and Nash are saying when it comes to programming, and not everybody should have to get everything for free. I do believe that. Even if it's just a small amount that people pay for things, I would say the vast majority of our public here can afford to pay something small for a good program that you guys are putting on. I can, and I'm a one-income household with 2 kids, and that's the way I look at it. So, I mean, you guys should do a little bit more with trying to get people to pay for things. Now, the summer student, I understand you guys might want the summer student, but when you put on when you're on a committee, you're a group of volunteers, okay? I know it's a pain trying to get people to show up, but that's what the group of volunteers do. The community shouldn't be paying for a summer student for that. If the community needs to pay for a summer student, it's to do things like cut grass, work in the office, maybe help out with rec committee if there's time. Like Councillor Lamb had said, that I agree with. I do think we should be hiring more students, and we should try and hire students from here, right? Look inward, look at people, whether they're here year round or they're just here for the summer. They're a ratepayers student that gets the jobs here, right? And then look outside if we can't find someone inside. We should look at our youth here in our community to try and do anything for summer positions for them. But I don't think that the rec committee should get a summer student solely just for them. I mean, I'm just thinking environmental stewardship committee. I know some things that, we could ask a summer student to come help us with, but I don't think we should do that because the people that agreed to go on the committee should be the ones doing the work. And I know that there's a lot of programming. Okay, well, you do your best. As far as recreation goes in our community, though, the idea about the park and having another committee to look at park improvements, I would say that would be a park land improvement for the entire municipality, not just Dunchurch Beach, because there's areas that are always forgotten about. Certain little areas in our community are always, laser focused. They get most of the funding. There's other parts that we could be spreading the wealth because there's kids that go to other parks. And what everybody, I think, is missing. This municipality, we have invested a lot of money into our boat launches, doing upgrades and maintenance, and those are all recreational things. You don't have to go out in a boat, but you can go swimming. And you can walk down one of our brand new docks. So we do invest in recreation in this community. Although we might not give it all to the recreation committee, we do invest in it. We expanded the park when we bought the property next to it. Now, the capital projects for the playground, I don't think that should have anything to do with the rec committee. That should be a completely separate entity that's going to look at things like that. If someone from the rec committee wants to go on another committee, then sure, by all means. Or if you want to add some information to council when they're trying to make a decision on parkland projects, then sure, absolutely. But it shouldn't be handed down to the recreation committee. You're already having a hard time putting on events, right? Having people show up to do the programming. So they shouldn't be taking anything else on. The food pantry thing is fantastic, in my opinion. If we had a designated space where people knew that they could go, I mean, that's great. $50,000 though, I'm not in favor of. But the 26,540 from last year, I would add 2 to 3% on top of that. That's just my opinion. I don't know how everybody else would feel about that. And that, be about $28,000 kind of thing, $27,000. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, well, Madam. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like that idea, but I realize that there's lots of things that this committee would really like to do, and I do understand summer students would be great, and probably in some way would be, but I also agree with Councilor Land that it has to be through the office because of liability. Meaning there's a lot of stuff that goes on that has to happen before students can actually work. But I do think that as far as what Councilor Wood said about adding 1 or 2%, I'd be happy with that to increase it some, so that you would be able to have that little increase to be able to continue with your food pantry and then some of your other programs. It's hard to get volunteers and it's hard to get people to come out. Everybody wants to be on a committee, but the problem is do they want to do the work? And I think that as a committee, you've done a great job to try and keep things going. And I know burnout is huge. People cannot sustain all of these activities. So I think that's where your group has to really seriously sit down and think and talk about each other and say, how do we sustain this? How do we do this? If it's not shared. So like saying, okay, you got this many weeks, here's a sign up sheet, sign up. And if you don't sign up, then we don't do anything. I don't know, it's going to be hard. Yeah.
We did the bingo. You don't make a lot of money for the hours you put into the bingo. The library did it for years, right? Some chips off and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You're putting a lot of effort with a limited number of people that you're saying. I think it was saying, what you can do, expand programming and figure yourself out even more, right? Maybe you've got to do an analysis of what's working, what isn't working, within the group, how much are we capable of doing, right?
And I also agree with both, I think all three, actually, about some kind of a nominal contribution to your activities so that you are, I think people value it as well,
Yeah.
but I think that it doesn't hurt to have, say, $2 for coming to movie night, whatever it is, or tabletop games, or like maybe we need to be charging, membership fee for pickleball, so that you have that money put aside to be able to replace the equipment. I don't know all these things, but I'm just making suggestions.
That tap machine, I know it's supposed to, it's phenomenal. We used to have folks that were doing 50 cents, $1, and that kind of stuff. Now we just tap and buy donations, so I believe what you're saying here, people pick up three books and tap $20, or $50, or $40, or whatever. So I think some of the events, you must lose money actually. You know, kids are free for Santa or whatever, but the adults pay $5. It must be practically losing on that. You use the tap machine, which we have, the library has, right? You could increase your revenue, I would think. So I have no problem. It was 26 last year. I would propose a little increase to 27,000, which is I think the number that's been mentioned. And we do a straw poll on it and move on. But lose to someone put a different number on. Thank you.
So if I might just add one tiny thing, at many of our events, we have put out donation jars.
Yeah.
And we do find that people are very generous in the fact that if one family can't afford because they've got kids in hockey, they've got kids in, other families will chip in.
Yeah.
As an example, just a quick one, my Christmas sale, we had a donation jar out on the table. We never asked for anything. At the end of the count for our Christmas tree lights was $65 plus.
Yeah. Oh, and again, all this discussion is not, it's not to be critical at all. You know, it really is to keep you within the volunteers that you have. As Council Bray says, it's very difficult. I mean, you know, and we have a good group at the library, thank God, but we're also a working committee, which is most of our committees. And I understand you get a little burnt out, or at least these two that are doing this. I think I know the two. Okay, so can we test my thought and then move on first?
I was, we can, I was just gonna comment that I think, the problem with, there are some situations, I guess, where you have a regular group of people that do something, but archery, to use it as an example, different people come every week. And so if you're gonna do a pay as you play kind of thing, then somebody has to be there collecting money all the time. And somebody, you're gonna use the tap machine or whatever, somebody has to have it and be there, and be responsible for it and all that kind of thing. So you're adding work to the people that are already are out.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I presume though that somebody has to be there because you probably have to have waivers if you want. You can put into it, that you need a list of who's there, who's participating, waivers signed, so I would presume that somebody has to do registration if you have different people coming.
I think probably they do, but I think the problem, yeah. You have a relatively small number of people that are doing this. They will not put in the hours that they did last year for this if we can somehow or other get some more people trained to do this. The burnout is serious, so the archery's gonna get scaled back, I can guarantee you, if we don't get some more. Anyway, I think that saying, oh, well, we'll increase it, budget was 26,540 last year. Would have all been spent, hasn't been, as I said before, we increase it to 27, I think we'll be treated by the committee as an insult, so I'm not gonna support that, I mean, it needs to be more than that, but.
Well, let's test it and move on or not move on.
Well, you can test it if you want.
I'm for the 27, the 26 last year.
Mr. Mayor, could I interrupt you just real quick? Councillor Lamb?
No,
Go up.
He's paid 18 or 38.
I know, it says 26, but I'm guessing that's a rounded number or something. Anyway, never mind, it's
20 I'm for it.
Could, could I say something, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
27,750. That's not gonna break us. It's an extra $1,300 that we give to the rec committee that have their budget over last year. And I think it's an extra $1,300 is money well spent.
750 it is.
27,750. Everybody okay with that?
I'm okay with that, Counselor Woods. That would work for myself.
Okay, accept the mayor.
Except the mayor, yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
What is the number?
27,750.
That's right.
Which is about 5,000 more than the actual spent last year.
Okay, is there anything else on page 18? There's some of those things there are not in the recommendation. Library we dealt with last time around, it's on page 19, we don't need to revisit that, right? How about other school boards and other school boards? We already talked about capital, so I think we're almost, maybe not, but how about anything on page 19? Oh, are you? I'm sorry.
So I have a question about the recreation donations, 6793. It's 19,000 for the budget. I'm sure some of that is to pay for heat and things like that. In the, some of it is, or that might be just the donation, I don't know. If it's donations, I'm not exactly sure, where does it come in as income? Where's the balance? Is it something that they make money and they, I just didn't see it.
Okay, treasurer will answer.
Council- Or Counselor Bray, could you repeat that? I can't hear you. You're all muffled again.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
No.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I will repeat her question, and I don't know why, what the problem is with the microphone here, but anyway. Her question was, with respect to item 16793, which is donations, and then 16794 is expenses. The thrift shop is an in and out. In other words, they take in whatever they take in. And so this is an estimate of how much, and then they decide how to spend it. So our treasurer is going to answer her question as to where the revenue this is.
Mr. Mayor, when the revenue comes in on the actual budget attachment is number 15,571, and the budget.
That's on page 11 of 38. Maple Island Thrift Shop. You'll see 19,000 budget last year, 19,000 proposed budget for 2025, and that's what's coming in. All right? Okay. So you can see it is an in and out. The money is gonna go, the assumption is the money, the 19,000 will come in and it will go back out. 18. Anything else on 18? How about 19?
Got one on 20.
If there's nothing on 19, we'll go to 20. I
Well,
will.
I think we discussed this. 19,308. Roads capital property, 3,1078. Got 45 in this year. The 476% increase. Is that the same thing as when we were talking about capital for the restructure maintenance? Is that the same thing? Well, we should have picked one name. Two names.
Yeah, I probably should change the name
on the actual, municipal system, I tried to change the name in the descriptor in the report, so you have a better idea of what it's, so I called the bridge.
Okay. And what would we do? You're coming back with more information than that, wasn't it?
Well, it was gonna be combined together with,
Yeah, they were gonna be left there as amounts that can be used for that type of work. With specifics to come back at a later date.
What number are we talking about, guys? Again, I'm not sure if Counselor Woods can make it out, but I can. Is it just me, Counselor Woods, or is it? both
No,
of us?
I'm having a pretty hard time too, Councillor Nash. Sorry for interrupting, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I can hear you, Counselor Lamb.
Okay, it's 19308.
yeah.
And it's just the name, it's this, it's roads, capital, structure, maintenance. But it's the same as we discussed earlier, which was the 45,000 for bridge structure maintenance, it's just same thing.
Okay, okay. Did we finish page 19 then? I didn't even hear us talk about page 19.
Oh, the mayor asked for.
Okay, yeah, I must, okay, I couldn't hear it then. So I have one item on page 19 then, if you don't mind just going backwards. Well, two items. 16-844-1 Parkland Reserve contribution. I know it's kind of an in and an out, I'll call it. So if you go back to page, where was it here on ins? I'm just trying to find it here. It's on page 11 of 38, 15-753, and we have an item of 35,000, right? So it's an in and an out, similar to the item you were speaking about down in 19's, Councillor Lamb. So last year, we took in 75,000 from Parkland dedication fees. And I know other years it's normally been over 35,000. So I'm just wondering why this year, both on income and on expenses, we're budgeting only 35,000. Down from 70-something thousand last year.
You have an answer, Frederick?
Mr. Mayor, the 35,000 was just number to offset so the expense and the revenue was offset. We can increase that number to another number. We don't really know at this point what that other number might be. But I think I'm going to admit to my error here. I have that the page 19, I believe, I have the Parkland Reserve contribution in their place. So I'm going to be removing 35,000 from that first account. What happened was I moved all of the reserve contribution accounts together at the bottom of the other, and it's going to have its own header. We're going to get I think it's made in the Unisys system, but those contributions to reserve will be together under a header on the next version of the budget you see. Account number 17505, you'll see the Parkland Reserve contribution is actually there. For the budget from last year and the actual 75,975 will be offset. When I was doing that, I inadvertently did not remove that budget from line 16-8 for that. So that is immediate reduction to the tax rate. That being said,
35,000?
35,000.
Oh, that's good. So are we deleting line 16-844-1?
Yes.
What was 16,
844-1.
we're eliminating.
Apologies for that error. But that being said, we can increase the budget to 2,000. It makes no difference to the bottom line. It's yes. And I don't really have any information to tell me whether you're going to have 50,000 in reserve contributions in 2025 or not, but it increase it, it just increases the revenue line and increases the expenditures and not.
The 35,
Yes.
Sorry, Barb, if I understood anything you said, it's just all muffled. So you're kind of hearing every other word. What I believe I heard, because it was going to be my next question, what I believe I heard was because there's two parkland items noticed under other, 16-844 and 17-505, one of those 35,000 is coming out just to correct something that was there twice. Is that correct? Okay, perfect. Yeah, you're just hard to hear. That's all. It's not you, it's the sound system. And what I might propose, because I know one of those numbers is just an in and an out, just to make our income coming in and expenses coming out, because it makes a difference for our budgeting for our parkland dedication fee for the following year. Maybe on the next revision or go around of the budget, there's a 50,000 instead of 35,000 flow in and out. But it's great that, yeah, if we have 35,000 off here because it's double show, and that's great. I appreciate, I did believe I understood that correct, Barb, right?
We're changing the 35,000 to 50,000. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, that's what I'd propose. I know it's an in and an out. I think it just gives us a more realistic number. And one of the other 35,000 is just totally eliminated, right, Mr. Mayor? Okay. And
vote together and get 70, but then
okay, good. No, I'm glad I brought back page 19 because I had.
for 17,505 is 50K.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'm glad I.
just reached a 3% decrease from 7.24.
Say that again, Councillor Lamb.
My calculations, we have just decreased the 7.24%. Just reduced it by 3%.
No, that's good.
For that area. For
Yeah. Yeah. So the only other comment I have on page 19 is just that deferred gas tax grant. I don't want to dwell on it, but hopefully when staff goes back and looks at it, there might be a capital project that we might be able to qualify for road improvements, being gravel or culverts or whatever, to use that. I know it's not going to change our budget. It'll just be a flow in and out. But anyways, that's the only other item I had on page 19.
Okay, thank you. Page 20.
And Mr. Mayor, if I might, if I heard correct, I believe Councillor Lamb and several of you spoke about 19-308, the capital structure maintenance, and that's just going to get a new name, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's what I thought. Great. The only other item I had highlighted on that page was 19-714-2, 8 ODA automatic door openers. For some reason, I thought we were still waiting to do some work in 2025 on some of the automatic doors, be it at the washrooms or the community center entrances, but also at the washrooms at the office and washrooms at the Dum Dome. Has all that been done already? Because I don't see where we have anything budgeted for the automatic doors this year. So maybe I'm mistaken and it's already been done, but.
ODA, automatic door openers.
Yeah, we were doing a bunch of work in here.
We haven't done it yet.
I don't think so. And when you go in the washroom and then you try to get out, if you're in a wheelchair, you can't get out.
What?
We were trying to get a grant at one point for it.
We spent 7,000, it says we spent 7,067. I don't know what we spent it on. I mean, where did we do it?
I do believe it was the washrooms down at the Dum Dome. I do remember that one was done, because I went over to check on it. We still have these washrooms. It would be nice if staff would put the door thing on every morning, because when I came in, I had all my hands full with things and I couldn't push the button and get the door open for me. So I think that other people might need it, it should be turned on, not left off. I'm not sure why we turn it off. But that's just.
Yeah, so,
I do think we need
so
to
could-
look at the washrooms here, and what about at the library?
Also, yeah.
It's done?
No.
Okay.
No.
so could staff,
We've been talking about this thing for 2 years.
Nigel, just so you know, I think there's a report that was sent in, because we had to send a report into the government as to what we've done and what our plan is, and it's somewhere in the pile. Reports.
Okay, we'll undertake to find it.
yeah, and just for that, again, whatever items we're doing at the community center or Dundome would probably qualify under a parkland dedication fee for improvements, Nigel. So yeah, I think there needs to be a number there. Thanks, Councillor Bray, for the information you provided about some of them.
Okay, so, on page 20. I have one here that's, to be honest, just noticed. It's 19-813-2. It's Wawash Docks and Log Boom. Was a budget there of $2,000. We spent $692, which was the bill from the event limited to do that work. That work has to be done again in 2025, but there's nothing there. So I don't think we need $2,000, but we need, 700 or.
We, based on our last discussions, through you, Mr. Mayor, we took $20,000 out of capital and added it to operations, so it would be seen back on. I'm not sure where, but we added an operating, we added an operating budget, yeah.
Okay, so this is.
I think, Mr. Mayor, like, I totally agree that Wawash Docks and Boom, we've said that should be a municipal expense, but yeah, I think that can just go under the annual fee for the boat launches, right? Certainly the dock removals, I think that can just be made up a part of that $20,000 there, if that makes sense. We need.
I apologize, I'm getting tired, as you can tell. I forgot we were in capital and then I saw it, but yeah, it'll.
15-399.
It should disappear out of capital.
We took those three items, the boat launches,
Yeah.
the
That's
docks.
correct.
and the boat landing.
Okay, so nothing else on page 20? Is there anything on page 21? Are we finished, folks? Let's see.
Maybe we should just, I'm joking, I was joking, Mr. Mayor. I was going to say maybe we should just do a quick review of every item, but I'm just joking.
Well, Councillor Lamb already did what I was going to propose that we do next, which was to add up what all of those.
Well, very rough, it's around,
I know, but
it's around 3%.
That is helpful information because it
Takes us down to just over 4,
Yeah.
right? By the time you put education in, it's gonna be 3 point something, right, 3.1 or whatever, what, Barb,
Through you, your worship, I would suggest that a more useful exercise would be for you to tell us what range you're comfortable with, in terms of an increase. So that realistically, when this budget comes back next time, it needs to be very close to done. And, we would like to have it in that form for you so that we can get on with adopting it. And so my question to all of you is, what tax increase are you comfortable with and what you're not? And then we can, target the budget to that.
Nigel, I'll answer it for myself. As I said before, if you take the school board tax into consideration, any number under 3%, I would be happy with. give or take, but any number under 3, I'd be happy with myself.
If I have it right. I think we were in the area of 111,000 or something.
You said 37,000 is 1%, right?
Yeah, and I have like 111,000, something like that.
Yeah.
Here's what
When-
I have. Just in review,
All right.
maybe, or you can confirm. 15,000 out of HR contingency. 25,000 out of legal. 8,000 out of scrap metal, and let's see, revenue going up.
That's an increase, Counselor Lamb, right? The 8,000's an increase, right?
Increase of revenue, which is affect the tax rate positively. Yeah, you're right. 2,500 out of the communications budget, which was 10. I don't know why I've got 4K out of the Dodge Ram, right? 10,000 out of
fuel.
ice staff.
And I think there was, sorry,
Roads grant. That's.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay, well, let's get to that.
Yeah.
Then 35,000 that we talked about. And whether there was another
and there was probably $7,000 in the bridges and culverts, Counselor Lamb, that you're forgetting.
savings or extra cost?
Savings.
No, I didn't have that. What's that add up? Well, then, of course, Mayor said 5,000 more for the road grant on the other side, right?
Yeah. I had about 140,000 when I was adding them all up, but I don't have that number in front of me.
Which is about 3.
We have 12,000 for the BRAC.
Well, that's true. 12,000.
We saved 25,000 on the, you're forgetting, Counselor, 25,000 on the twist demolition.
Yeah, but that was coming out of reserve. Not a saving. So, the savings, but not the savings to the tax rate. Is that another figure?
Let our treasurer do her calculation and see what she comes up with.
And just as the treasurer is doing that calculation, I had a note at the very end here on the very last page that I thought we'd be talking to, just going back to that very first line item that Councillor Wood said, let's talk about it afterwards, which was page 11, the council health benefits, if we were going to increase it by the $500 now that we kind of see where we are. What's the straw poll on that as we're waiting for Barb?
You wanted to add $500 to what everybody is entitled to, which would increase the budget by $2,500 plus costs, which is about 3,000 or something, I guess.
Well, $70 is in 2%, 70 times 5 is in there, right? Well, that's,
I just suggested as a simple number, Mr. Mayor, $3,000, which not all of it's going to be spent, but that's the 2,500 times 5 plus 500 for the admin fees, right? Give or take a bit, right? And we didn't spend it all last year, as we know, right? So I think that'll come out as a surplus at the end of the year, to be honest. But I don't know what others think of that.
the number. You know?
Yeah, I am looking for the reduction of about 3.2%. So there may be some slight differences in what we have.
3.2% off of 7.2% roughly. That's 4, what's that, 4.2? No, 4.0. 4%. Right.
Or will be under 3%. With that, there were still a couple of items that we.
Check on.
You would check on, that just to be sure that we never. That I don't think. I'll get into that.
So, are you? I guess the question is, are everybody happy with something that is around 3% as a sort of net tax rate at the end? And I'll speak first, I think
that as I started the day to say what we're going to be going through this year, I think people in the community will think that's a very, very responsible budget, and I'm happy with it. Okay,
doing a whole lot better than the city of Toronto. Not that means.
That's for sure.
Fair comparison.
okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, well,
Is there anybody else want to comment on the 3% to answer our CAO's question? If at the end of the day, our net tax increase with school board in is around 3%, which means that our municipal one would be around 4%. Anybody who doesn't, that's not reasonable. So Woods, do you have an opinion?
I can barely hear any of you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
can you hear me?
I can hear you, Joe. I can barely hear you, Mr. Mayor.
I don't know what's happening, like I'm moving all
Oh,
over.
there I hear you, right there I hear you.
Okay, I don't know. Sorry. We have to look down at my microphone. Is there, how do you feel about a 3% net tax increase with education in?
How much have we saved so far?
3.2%.
We've saved.
So we're down to about 4.
I think we've done well today in saving money, to be honest. I think it took us a long time like it always does, but I think saving 3%, or I'm rounding, I think we did good as council and municipality. Like the mayor said, this is a far cry from the increase of Toronto this year.
Anybody know what any of our neighboring municipalities have for tax increases this year?
I didn't hear his question.
Anyone know about neighboring municipalities? So what they are?
Oh, the question was, did anyone know about neighboring municipalities? I'm afraid I don't at this point. I'm not even sure how many have. Well, our deputy clerk is going to answer. She knows.
And just speak loudly rather than wrestling with the microphone. Google was about 5%.
Did you hear that answer, the phone folks? And McDougall was about 5%. They finalized their budget apparently. I don't think Paris Soundhouse, I heard some discussions, but I don't know. I think I'm looking at
I know there's been some tough decisions made today. I wonder if there's any rethought on, taking the health spending to $500, which costs another $500 or less than that because it's already 70, so $82,000. Any rethought on the price cap situation? I'm frustrated that where it is, I understand where Councilor Bray is coming from. Unless we write a grant or get a report or something this year, it's not gonna happen next year in my mind. I know that's an extra 10 grand. I don't know whether we committed 10 grand or is 5 do it or 7 do it? Why is the number 10 pop out that we're gonna do that this year? Is there 5 we can put in that will get us to where we wanna go? So I'm confused and I'm perplexed on the whole thing because I want to do things, right? I want to, if this year you come and oh, we got a grant, we got this, or here's the whole plan, right? But if you come next year, not you, but if they come next year, say, well, you know, we need another 10 or 15,000, because now we got to implement the plan and, you know, it's just going to be an ongoing sort of thing. Because if it is, I'm not for it. That's my question. You know, is there an appetite to put in, first of all, is it 10 that you need, or is it 8 or 7 or whatever? Thank you.
Councillor Gray.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I don't have that paper right in front of me, so I'm afraid I can't answer exactly the exact amount, but the 10 is what we were looking at as being able to be part of the initiatives, part of the I'm certainly willing to participate with our CAO to go back and to discuss this with them. And if you tell me that you're saying that we only have $7,000 to put in, then I will be happy to go back and we'll have hopefully our CAO's help too, to go back and to talk to them about what that looks like. And I'm committed to working on this. It's true. I guess maybe I just haven't, no initiatives. We do have a report. We have a report on our energy use. So we've got some things to work with and to work on, but I would be happy to go back if council agreed to say $7,000 was the amount we could do, then I will work with Benjamin to figure out what that is.
Well, we need to have, by the end of this year, in my opinion, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? And here's what you need to do, and here's what the cost is, and here's what you do each year, et cetera. And we need that. If we don't get that, then it's gonna be game over next year. But I invite you to come back with, don't cut your nose off, spite your face if the real figure is 10, but if it's really, you can do it for 7. You know where I'm coming from, right? Let's just, and that would still keep us in that same area. That's only the right? We're still be under. Now we'll find somewhere else to cut. Can you do that for us? I think we've done a really good job, quite frankly. I know the recreation people are unhappy, will be unhappy. You can beat them up too much, but you know, we just 39 grand or 40,000 for a committee that's stretched already. It doesn't work in my mind. Work with what you got, and the rest I feel pretty good. That's all I have to do.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Two things, Councillor Lamb. I think you were talking about number 1, the health spending account at the beginning. So we've agreed to that. Am I correct? Before I get on to the next item, I know.
I'm trying to add both of them at the same time. So, yeah, I'm supportive of that, but hopefully we get the other.
Okay. When it comes to the ice cap, if we were going to think to do something, because we have come up with a couple % savings, what I would propose for the ice cap is $10,000 just to go to the gentleman to tell us what to do, is not what I'm looking for. If we wanted to spend the $10,000 on initiatives, fantastic, but not 10,000 to tell us how to spend $10,000 next year. And I think that's the cycle we're in, right? To say, well, we can see what we can do if we have 7. I think the item is, what do we get for that 10,000? What we need to get is items done. Not the thought of, well, next year, if you spend another 15 grand, maybe you can do something and we'll just spend another 10,000 this year. It's what projects can we do for the $10,000? What grants can IceCap help us obtain this year? Not what can help obtain next year. What can we get this year? To me, we've already tried this for 3 years, and every year we just spend more money. So I hope, Councillor Bray, you can understand my frustration in that part. We all know an oil furnace, for example, would cost $8 grand. There's the money that goes right to it instead of another report to say how to reduce our carbon footprint. Well, everybody said we all know how to do it. So I think if the money's in that budget, let's find things to do with that money instead of paying IceCap to tell us what to do with our money. Does that make sense?
I don't know. I think we're into a program that we're cutting it off before we get the final report, right? And that's, I think, all that Councilor Bray.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think really, we have not really done any, reaching out to, it's not IceCap's fault. Let's put it that way, that we haven't got anything done. Is us that have to do the work. We have the plan, everybody saw it. It tells you, and it's not set in stone what we have to do. That's our job, to figure out what to do. And we and I will include myself doing more in this project to try and make sure we do things. I am frustrated as much as anybody else is that we didn't get anything done last year, or at least not much. At least we didn't go through it and say, this is what we're gonna do, this is what we're gonna do, this is what we're gonna do. Bring it to council, say, okay, it's gonna cost us this much to do this. And we're proposing 2025, we do this, 2026, we do that, 2027. I have not had that opportunity to do that. We just got the plan last March. It's not like we've had it for 3 years. So.
And that's where I get a little confused, Councillor Bray, right? And nothing against what you're saying. There's a report from 2022 on IceCap for the municipality of Whitestone. 1 year ago, we got a report, you said it was March, so call it exactly 1 year ago, that told us what we can do, as a municipality to do our items to help with the carbon footprint, I'll call it. And we can blame council leaving, which was in January and December, but all year from March on, nothing was done. And all it is the report telling us what to do, but nothing was done. That's where I'm lost in the sense of that $10,000 that we're going to spend this year. What's that going to go towards when we spent the $10,000 last year for them to tell us what to do, which we've already spent on, but we haven't done anything. So all we're going to do is spend another $10,000 when they've already done the report for us, telling us what we need to do.
Well, I think we can argue this point ad nauseam. I think that if you feel that, that you think that $10,000 was meant for activities, and they were going to tell us what to do, that's not the program. And obviously, I've not done a good enough job explaining what the program is and how it works. If you look at other municipalities who have had to hire a climate action manager at over $100,000 a year, because they're fairly highly skilled people, and then the whole plan was, I'm going back at this again, that we as the West Perry Sound went together to be able to afford somebody to help us find ways of saving money. It's not his job or IceCap's job or whatever you think of Georgian Bay Basket's job to tell us what to do. That is our job to figure out. We now have the plan. We need to figure that out. And unfortunately, last year was a lost year. That's all I can say. And I can't, if you don't agree with it, I don't think anything more being said is gonna change my mind one way or your mind another way, so I think we should just.
I feel sort of okay with, we put 10,000 into the environmental stewardship committee. I think that is in the same bucket, if you will, in terms of climate change and those sorts of things. I think our lakes are in good shape. I think we've made some really good decisions. And I really think that the ratepayers of Whitestone, in terms of the $7 million budget, don't mind an initiative like this, as long as there's a payback, right? I'm a business guy and I always think of cost and payback, and I think what Councilor Nash is saying, I'm saying, Councilor Woods is saying is, where's the payback, right? You know, we're spending the money, but we're not getting the payback. So hopefully what we can do this year will give us the payback, right? Did they write the grant, by the way, or did they put the application in for the EV?
No, they didn't.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Do with the EV.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The only connection there was when I spoke to Mr. Creaser, the two of us had talked, and Mr. Creaser got the Lakeland person who does the grants through Georgian Bay Basketball because they had the connection. So that's all it was. It is Lakeland Solutions that is doing the grant and is still pursuing the grant. They didn't get all of the ones at all that they applied for this year, not just us last year, not just us. There were others that they didn't get accepted. So they're still working on it, and they're working through another type of, they're working through a federal, trying to see if there's a federal program, because there's always programs coming up. So that is not on IceCap.
Okay, so just in summary, then, we're gonna increase the health spending account by $500. I would also say that after we achieve that $500, that it be tied to inflation, like our salaries are after that. So next year, we're not arguing about another 500 or 250 or 1,000 or whatever.
Okay, so
that's one, and then the other is the 10,000 or maybe less or whatever, and you're gonna kind of come back to us on that, right? And
we need to get, we were gonna have a straw vote on these things. We need to get a resolution, otherwise we'll be at the next meeting. I want to know who's agreeing to what. What is it? What's the action item?
well,
Focus on ice pack.
okay,
What is it?
that ice cap is in for one more year at 10,000 or perhaps less, depending on the Bray's discussion. That's number one. And the second one is that we increase the health spending account.
Okay, well, let's do them one at a time. Let's do ice cap first. So what's happening? Councilor Bray's gonna come back to us and tell us what the number is. Putting the 10,000. Putting the 10 back then. Is that what you're proposing?
That's what I
Okay, who is in favor of putting the 10 back? Okay, there's 3 hands up in the room. On the phone?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, 10 grand this year, but it's, I don't know, I'm skeptical, but I'll say, okay, I'll go with it.
I will say,
Come on,
okay.
At the end of the day.
I'll say okay, but it's really a $20,000 difference because we're adding it back in, just so we know that. So it's about a 2/3 increase on the tax rate, but no problem. I'll say yes, but
All right, thank you.
we already have a list of what we need to do. So I don't know that we're going to be charged $10,000 to tell us what we need to do. I have
The
no
other
idea.
thing is, I think we have to set aside some time
Yeah, I have no clue what they charge for, none whatsoever.
Then we can catch up on what we missed from 2024, so. I'll keep that as an action item. So second thing.
The health side.
Health spending account, the suggestion is to increase it $500, budget to cover increase of $500 per person, so that's already
$20 increase built in, so we would replace the 70 with 500. So 430 times 5 is $1,800.
What, I'm sorry, what was the item?
Right now it's 3,500. Right now it's 3,500.
You're making it 4,000 each?
4,000.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it.
And tie it to inflation in the future. So we didn't spend it all.
So what is the budget currently says 22,160, what are you proposing it be?
That'd be. I don't know, we
Add
increase
$3,000 to it.
$25,000, is that what you're saying?
Whatever number we have now, add $3,000 to it, it will more than cover it.
Sorry, what?
Add $3,000 to the number we currently have and it will more than cover it.
So we'll go from 21,725 to 24,725. That would cover 2,500 for each council member and the administrative costs.
So 24,725? All right, so again, line 16094, council health benefit. Go from, the proposal is to go from 21,725 to 24. Right now, what it is in the budget is 22,160, but if we increase it to 24,725. Everybody clear about that?
Yeah,
Okay.
and tie to inflation after that.
And thereafter tied to inflation, okay? I see who's in favor of that. On the phone.
Yep, Councillor Nash.
Sounds good to me, Mr. Mayor.
That sounds good to me, Mill. So, all right, so.
Okay.
That one's, so.
And the final statement would be, if it comes out to 3.02% or something, they just make it 2.99 or something, right? Make it under 3. And $100 here, there, or whatever. Why do we have to come back another time? Why don't we just go to a public meeting?
Well, because there's a final, I don't know, I mean, that's.
I was bringing it back for a final draft so that you could see it and
Everyone on the regular council week, right? It's just. Take back in 2 weeks or whatever you can, in 2 weeks.
that's what we intended to do, yes.
And just pass it in March and then set a public meeting. We don't have another day to sit around.
No, that's right, yeah, we were gonna do it in committee of the whole in the next regular meeting, so you can see the last draft.
So that's just so long as you understand, that's a big meeting, the next meeting, right? March 18th. Oh. Don't we have our planners and it's gonna be a very long meeting as it is, so I just wanna be clear. We can't do what we did today, March 18th, or we'll have to bring in dinner and beds and everything.
No. Visiting everything.
Shouldn't need to discuss this anymore.
The final thing is, it might be one item or whatever, but I see it as less than a half hour, right? And we're done.
I just, I've learned the hard way not to make assumptions like that, but that's just one we. He gets up for me, we can have,
Yeah.
it, but I don't.
Deputy clerk and I were looking at the dates. I thought we were gonna propose it on not the March meeting, but the April meeting. Is that the intent? And we're,
How much is the calculation?
well, I guess in any case, we'll figure it out.
Let's ask our treasurer, are there not some other things that you need and you're not gonna be ready, not gonna be done on everything you're doing by March 18th, are you?
Not
Never
only
mind,
that,
it's
you
not
have
March
to be,
18th, it's March the,
yeah,
whatever the.
we won't, no, we
14
won't
days
be.
Before, or
Yeah.
10 days before, it's, so March 8th or something, you gotta bring it back.
Yeah, that was.
So I think, okay, that's, so the April meeting, I feel a whole lot better with that.
Okay.
We're not to do that. No.
Then the public meeting will follow.
Public meeting will. We're still supposed to. Aren't we supposed to set up? What meeting?
We will at the April meeting, we'll set a public meeting for a
Okay.
meeting in May. It'll be that, which is essentially the same timeline you did last year.
I don't know, anyway. Mover and seconder, please, if the council of municipality reconvene into the regular meeting. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Gray. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Is 4:34 PM.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Yeah. All right, everyone seems to be in favor of doing that, so we will resume our regular meeting. Matters arising from the committee of the whole. Here's the suggested motion that the council of the municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report FIN 2025-02, number 2, operating and capital / special projects budget for the year 2025 and attachments on the March 4th, 2025 agenda, and the refinements and adjustments as discussed and agreed to by council incorporated into the draft 2025 operating and capital special projects budgets, and that the following date be confirmed for a special council meeting to finalize the draft 2025 operating capital special projects. So it's not a special council meeting. It's going to
changes come back to the regular council.
Regular April,
The
yeah.
following date be confirmed for a council meeting. Finalize the draft. That date is, it would be the regular council meeting of, what is it? Look it up, but April 15th. 2025. That's the motion. Can I get a mover and seconder for that one, please? Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Mann. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please. On.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Counselor Nash, yes.
Eric, thank you very much. Okay, 5.2 Recreation Committee budget presentation. We don't need that. We had that. Oh, sorry. We already had it. I don't think we need a.
Damn cakes are waiting.
That's right, they are.
Maple syrup.
How about a confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 112525 being the confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on March 4th, 2025. Hereby enacted and passed this 4th day of March 2025. Who will move that? Councilor Lynn happens moving. Councilor Gray is seconding. All those in favor?
Counselor
Councillor
Nash,
Woods,
yes.
yes.
Thank you. Now I realized that I did jump over two things. One was the councilor items. I'm assuming there aren't any, are there? And there are no members of the public.
I have, Mr. Mayor, I have one quick one.
And Councillor Woods, did you have a councillor, right?
Yeah, just a quick one.
Go ahead, please.
I had some calls, not too long ago, actually, about the rink. And people from the area showing up to go skating, and it was rented out to a private party during the day. I'm sure that's just what, it hasn't really happened that many times before, but it's happened, a few times in the last, I'd say, couple of weeks. And I've had quite a few calls from people. I think that's a practice that should cease. It's a public rink. It's open to the public. If anybody wants to go, especially during the daytime, on the weekends, they should be allowed to go, and nobody should be renting it for a private party at times where most of the people would want to take kids skating or go skating themselves. I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but I know I got a lot of calls about it.
And it was posted on Facebook, because according to them, this was the third Friday or third Saturday afternoon that it was booked like 1 to 4, right? And the rink is only open for 3 weeks each year. And I agree with Councillor Woods. I don't think we should be booking private parties in the prime time, if you will, for the rink, right? So, like Saturday and Sunday are prime times in my mind. And I'm in agreement. I don't think we should be taking bookings for the weekend. Okay, that's if they want to go at 8 in the morning, God bless them, right? But I mean, people, and as soon as I did that, there's like 10 lights on, bing, so people are noticing. A lot of them in the village here with kids wanted to come over, and can't come over because it's a private party. I've talked to Nigel on it, and how long the rink's gonna be open anyway after we get rain and stuff, but I think we just have to be cautious. I guess the question is, do we have any more books like this coming Saturday or something? If we do.
That we're aware of.
Okay, well, okay, well, my advice would be just don't book them on the weekends, right?
I don't know. I think what we should do is ask staff what policy they're following. Because I don't know what
Yeah, as far as I can tell, there is no policy, so we have, there's a rate, and we have rented it out. I don't think we get very many requests. So.
It was on Family Day, wasn't it?
According to them, it was 3 Saturdays in a row that it was booked for a private day.
I noticed it. I'm sure it was Family Day. I noticed that it was, in fact, I think my wife commented, she saw it on Facebook or something. She said, "Why it's closed on Family Day?"
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like, wouldn't families want to go and skate? Yeah. So you're making a valid point. I just don't know where.
We don't have a policy on it, and I would recommend that we enact one, but it's probably, it's probably too late in the year to do it for this year. So in the meantime, we just won't rent it out anymore.
Okay. All right. Anything else under councillor items? Okay, how about adjournment? So councillor Lamb, second, councillor Bray. This meeting be adjourned it's 4:42 p.m. So the regular council meeting of Tuesday, March 18th at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor?
Councillor Nash, yes.
Okay.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Everybody? Have a good day.